Alright, let's do the wheelbarrow.
hadrosaur sex paper that comes out later. So, this will be an excellent opportunity to practice your media skills before before that comes out, because that's going to get some attention for sure.
You said the word.
You know, there are little paper slips, specimen cards attached to these fossils, bearing my name or the name of whoever discovered those fossils or dug them up or prepared them. They'll be there for as long as those fossils exist, you know? That's the whole point. Paleontology, when you become part of paleontology, when you contribute to the science, you're contributing to something larger than yourself. You're becoming part of a larger project, you know? And that's... I think that's one of those things that's kind of essential to human happiness, to know that you're part of some larger project, something bigger than just yourself, you know? So yeah, I hope that makes sense. So yeah, to answer your question, Branibus, you know, the fossils belong in museums, not here in my office. Having just like a fleshed out dinosaur, that's cool, but something like that can look outdated really quickly if we learn more about that dinosaur. We're always learning new things about dinosaurs, and so I wanted to do something a little bit more timeless. And I figure a dinosaur fossil, like as a paleontologist, this is what I study, you know? This is what's meaningful to me. And hopefully that'll be reflected in the artwork that I create. Let's see if Mini Pie knocks over the megalosaur, or if she's more careful than that. I think it's just by sheer luck she hasn't knocked it over yet. Well, there you go. Mini Pie's not the most careful of cats. She's really not. Just don't knock over the champagne flute, huh, Mini Pie? She's like, oh, you're giving me ideas. It's pretty big. It's pretty darn big. Almost, you know, honestly, it's too big. Who thought this was a good idea to evolve a skull this size, you know? Who thought this was a good idea? Tyrannosaurs, man. If you're looking for like a comprehensive like encyclopedia about dinosaurs, you can't get much better than Thomas Holtz's, I think, 2007 book, Dinosaurs: The Most Complete, Up-to-Date Guide for People of All Ages, or something like that. It's a green book. Holtz, Holtz is the author. It's a little out of date at this point, but it's really good. Still holds up in a lot of ways. If you're looking for more of a book to read cover to cover, I'd really recommend the writings of Michael Novacek. He's mostly a mammal paleontologist. I think he might still be curator of paleontology at the American Museum of Natural History in New York City. But his kind of fieldwork autobiography from like 2002, I think, called Time Traveler, through the woods, and then you hear this almost like a whale singing, like a... And that was the wind whistling through those slats. They knew it would do that when they built it, but that was just the right design for the slats in order to provide the least amount of wind resistance, so the bridge wouldn't sway as much. But I guess, kind of a side effect of that is you get the sound. Fascinating stuff. Stegosaurus. Stegosaurus and Ceratosaurus are, they were what we call coeval. So they lived at the same time and the same place in the Morrison biota. This kind of series of ecosystems that's preserved in the Morrison Formation. So Stegosaurus and Ceratosaurus would have encountered one another. They would have lived side by side. In fact, you could say...
And they were roommates.
Oh my god, they were roommates.
Yeah, maybe not quite roommates, but they definitely... yeah. Allosaurus. A pretty big animal here. Take a look at that. Look at those jaws. Look at those jaws. Hope somebody's clipping this right now. Look at those jaws right there. Holy cow. How cool is that?
Guy.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
And if you look at the size of that brain relative to the skull, you know, Jingmai O'Connor has looked at the pictures with scales and whatnot.
Yeah.
She thinks that might be the biggest dinosaur brain we got.
So it would beat Troodon then.
Could be. It's certainly in that size range.
Well.
But these guys may give rise to Troodons. I mean, where the
Yeah, that would be
in
really
that fuzzy
interesting.
bottom of that radiation.
We've talked about this a bunch of times on the stream before, how we know that birds evolved from dinosaurs, that much is obvious. But, like, where exactly do birds come from within Dinosauria? Are they more closely related to Troodontids, to dromaeosaurs? And it could be that, like, they're more closely related to critters like Utahraptor.
Well, certainly closer to Utahraptor than Velociraptor or
Yeah.
Deinonychus. But this animal, this new one, may be even closer. You know, which is
Really exciting.
really, you know, cool stuff. All right, you want to talk about...
Let's talk about the skull a little bit. That's
Okay.
charismatic and, you know, it'd be easy for... Creatures striding across the open plains, eating tons and tons of plants. You don't really have very many of them today. You know?
It was a real surprise.
But Dr. Chin had a hunch that maybe these duck-billed dinosaurs had been snacking on something else entirely.
Ooh.
Vertebrates frequent rotting wood. So if those dinosaurs needed a good source
Commodore says, a creature the size of a Gundam. Commodore, that's brilliant. Yes. Yes. Yeah. I've never heard that before, and that's kind of perfect. That's only at the very frontier of my understanding what a Gundam is, but it's a giant Japanese fighting robot, right? Yeah. Yeah, you don't get plant-eating animals like that today. You just don't. But you did during the age of dinosaurs. You know, I told myself, when I was a kid, I really liked lava lamps. And I said, you know, someday, when I'm a grown-up and I have money, I'm gonna buy a lava lamp. And I did. I don't know if I have money nowadays, but I bought a lava lamp. I have a lava lamp, at least. Skull, and we can kind of... Here, if you want to hold that. It's not heavy. And you could drop it, it's fine. It's just plastic. That's the other day.
Now let's take the head off. But yeah, so you see, here's the dentary, and these are the post-dentary bones. And in there, see that big?
Yeah.
That's what you're looking down on there.
Yeah, that little bowl right there. Yeah.
So this is, you know, post-dentary, cerangular, you know. And you can see these fractures because of the way this thing had collapsed. You know, this maxilla goes and you can see it drops down, there's more of it. But if you look over there, there is a beautiful maxilla.
Look at that. Yeah. Right
That's
here.
one of the things, you can just name that dinosaur after that maxilla.
So you're looking at like the lingual side right there, so you're looking at like you're inside the mouth at the right
You see a little
maxilla.
juvenile.
Look at those teeth. Twalris says Pokemon set back the understanding of evolution to the public by like 20 years? Maybe, yeah, because the things that, shoot, when a Pokemon evolves, that's not evolution. It's not evolution at all. It's not how evolution works. That would be ontogeny. There you go. Yes, thank you, Lenena. Perfect timing. Ontogeny are the changes that happen when an organism changes throughout its lifespan. So like a frog going from an egg to a tadpole to a frogling to an adult frog, that's changes in ontogeny. That is not evolution. So Pokemon lied to you, I'm afraid to tell everybody. I'm sorry to tell you. Not afraid to tell you, but it is unfortunate. Pokemon lied to you. Sorry. And Rabid Scotsman says about the bite marks, wouldn't an intense drought kill off most of the predators looking to eat those corpses? I guess that still leaves carrion birds. Well, there weren't carrion birds at the time. There were no vultures during the Cretaceous period. You might have had pterosaurs flying in, you know, those relatives of dinosaurs, the winged reptiles, pterosaurs. And they wouldn't leave tooth marks on the bones. Interesting. Yeah. I wonder if anybody's ever really published on that, on feeding traces, or lack thereof, from pterosaurs. That's an interesting thought. You could have a scenario in which pterosaurs are... A says, do we know how the site was discovered? No, it's a total mystery. No one has any idea how this dinosaur was first... I'm kidding. A paleontologist from the University of Bath in England was visiting us last June, and he found some pieces of ceratopsian frill eroding out of the hillside. And so we all got together and followed it up, found the source, and we found some more frill bones in there. So we knew we had a ceratopsian dinosaur, a horned dinosaur. Last summer we could only dig a small hole because we were only working with a prospecting, aka surface collection permit. This year we got a full-on excavation permit, so we could dig a great big hole and find this bone and several others that we've already gotten out of the ground. And with any luck, we'll get... Oh, and that is cool looking there.
It's like a big monster.
It's like a sauropod, just...
Right? A little bit of Jurassic Park music.
Here it comes, yeah. You wouldn't download a Triceratops as soon as got the Dormiano. Oh, I would. I have. Plant eater, it's got a beak at the front. Just all of these armor plates and spikes. This one was discovered back in the 90s by a lady named Lori McWhinney, and it was named Gastonia Lori McWhinney. This is not the first species of Gastonia that was found, however. There is an earlier species, which we call Gastonia burgii. And here is an approximation of what this animal might look like in life. Some of those spikes aren't long enough. There's not spikes on the back like there should be. But, yeah. So this is not entirely correct, but, you know, decent skeletal reconstructions by Greg Paul here. So when we're trying to figure out what a dinosaur looked like, first, you know, we got to make sure that we excavate as many bones as we can. Whatever's there at a site, we try and get out. Take those bones back to the laboratory, clean them, stabilize them. Well, hello, everybody, and welcome back to Paleontologizing. So good to see all of you here today. It is Monday, March 30th, 2026, and I'm back from L.A. Spent the weekend in Anaheim, California, at WonderCon. Was invited there by Stuart Samita, the current president of the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology, for a panel he put together on kind of the juncture between paleontology and popular culture. It was an honor to be able to attend, and I'll tell you about that in a little bit, but I'm glad you're here. And I'm glad to be back home, too. Kind of a whirlwind trip. A lot of driving. But anyway, if anyone's here for the very first time, allow me to introduce myself real quick. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. I'm here on Twitch trying to do some good old-fashioned science outreach. So whether we're here in my office in the San Francisco Bay Area, doing tons of Q&A, maybe interviewing other paleontologists remotely, doing 3D printing like this right here, or going over new scientific papers, kind of walking you through the latest in the field of fossil science, or whether we're out in the field you know, excavating fossils, collecting data, live from the Badlands of Wyoming and Utah, broadcasting via satellite. Whatever we're doing, the whole point is to try and give you a front row seat into how we actually do paleontology, hence the name Paleontologizing. We're taking this thing and making it a verb. You know, I want to show you the process. I want to make you feel like you're really there and encourage you to get involved and actually participate in fossil science, because it's often easier to get involved with this science than you would imagine.
We've got amazing
Saradlin,
dinosaur eggs.
thank you for the 20 months of support. Really appreciate that.
Cool.
I assume you won't be at DinoCon in Birmingham, UK in July?
That is a correct assumption there, Saradlin. Yeah, I was in Birmingham back in November for the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology meeting. But I'm going to be doing field work in July. I think, and I haven't been invited to DinoCon. I don't know. It's expensive to fly overseas. Oh yeah, and it's more of like a fan convention, as I understand it. Although there are people presenting science there too. Anyway, not this year. Maybe in the future. We'll see. But I'm gonna have a busy summer out digging up dinosaurs in Wyoming and Utah, and possibly Montana. I might be digging up other fossil critters in Texas and Nevada. There's a bunch of stuff that I still have to sort out, but it's gonna be a busy summer. Very excited about that. Oh yeah, yeah. Thank you for the 20 months of support there, Saranlan. Thank you for the Prime. Really appreciate that. Look, we are now 1/150th of the way to our sub goal for the week. Excellent. So yeah, and hello to you too, Kevin661. Howdy, howdy. Utahraptor, Dimetrodon, and yeah, Saber-toothed Cat, Alexander Morrison. Yes, indeed. We'll be talking about these critters a little bit more today. Probably especially our Dimetrodon here, because I get to spend part of the weekend with one of the world experts on Dimetrodon. Anyway, let's go through the chat real quick, see who's here, say hello, and then I'll talk a little bit about what I got up to this weekend. Man, things have been busy. We've got Matt M33 and Fall Machine. I presume Kodali is in there too. Golganek. Howdy, howdy, Golganek. Thank you for the 56 months of support. Really appreciate that, Golganek. Holy cow. The Lenino, what's shaking with you? Howdy, howdy. Thank you for banning all of those bot follows earlier, Lenina. I appreciate that. I don't know. There's only a select few bots that we let into chat, like Seribot, Moobot, Nightbot. End of list, I think. Thank you, Lenina. I appreciate you. Appreciate everything you do. I hope you had a good weekend. Myar Aznabal says, I found another person at work who loves dinosaurs. I told them about your stream. Hopefully he joins sometime. I hope so. Thank you. Myar, I appreciate that. Again, this is my full-time job. This is how I make my living. I'm incredibly lucky to be able to do this as a paleontologist. And it's because of the support of good folks like you that that's possible, so thank you. I really appreciate it. Who else we got here in the chat? Max Devlin and Pomez, Saranlin, and Harry Selden Foundation. Howdy, howdy. Dark Muppeteer. There's Kodali. Howdy, howdy, Kodali. Hope you had a good weekend. And It Then Did, Sketchy Tracks, Kay's Kuchin, Alexander Morrison, Claire Burr. I hope you're having a good day, Claire. Hope you had a good weekend. It's good to see you, as it always is, Claire. Who else we got? Disco Fountain and Quiz Tech. Naps with Cat. I don't think I've seen that username here before. Welcome, welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you. Thanks for joining us. And let's see here. Who else we got? Almost down to the bottom of the chat. Bingo, there we go. Excellent. Well, good to have everybody here. Holy cow. I already remembered to go live on Blue Sky. See that little go live circle there? Excellent. Let's do a quick Blue Sky post to let people know that we're online, and yeah. Take a screenshot there, see if that's any good. Paste that in Paint. And hey, first try's a charm, I guess. We can use that. Beautiful. Good stuff. There we are, and
what is the answer? A prehistoric monster. Well, what do we make of these bones?
Dennis Doc 4. Thank you for the 5 months of support. Thank you for the Prime there. Really appreciate that. Thank you for helping support science outreach here on Twitch. We're now 1/75th of the way to our sub goal for the week. Thank you, Dennis Doc. I appreciate that. This was kind of a really expensive weekend for me. The price of gas is going through the roof. So driving all the way down to Los Angeles from the beautiful sunny San Francisco Bay Area, that was pricier than it normally is. Even with a really fuel-efficient vehicle, it cost a pretty penny. Thanks to Hotels.com being really scammy. What should have been like a $70 a night motel ended up costing you like $300. So again, strong disendorsement for Hotels.com. Yeah.
Brother, this guy stinks!
Don't use Hotels.com. They're lousy. They'll cheat you out of all these hidden fees and errors in the site. Make it so that the dates get switched up, and then to change it, they charge you another $113. So yeah, don't use Hotels.com. Big disendorsement there. Sorry. Just a little worked up about this still. Yeah. And I took the 5 almost all the way down Quistec, yeah. Just booked our stay directly with the hotel. Good for you, Lenina. And that's the thing, too. You usually get to talk to an actual human being, interacting with another sentient person rather than just... I presume you called them up on the phone, but... Anyway. I like talking with people. I found that... sometimes there's... slight bits of friction and slight bits of uncomfortability and all of that, but you know what? That's the sort of thing that makes life worth living in the end. It's good to be just a little bit uncomfortable sometimes. And it's good to interface with other people, you know? Give me that over some chatbot or something anytime, you know? Anywho, we're gonna post this to Blue Sky before I forget. Excuse me. Still kind of getting over this, still a slight residual cough and some stuffiness in my ear. Hence I got the earbud in the wrong ear today. Hopefully that clears up soon. I don't have to do another round of antibiotics. We shall see. But anyway. I'm back from... WonderCon 2026. We'll be talking about that. The interface between paleontology and pop culture, and whatever else everybody in chat is interested in. Feel free to join us and hang out. Twitch.tv/Paleontologizing. There we go. Behind me on the wall are life-sized 30 prints of 3 amniote skulls. Utah Raptor, the Metrodon, and Smilodon. Plus a Disneyland Primeval World poster in honor of my recent return from Anaheim. As well as a mini California flag. That is one of the things that we were talking about on the panel too, is just how many opportunities exist in California for aspiring paleontologists. Spelled correctly. Let's post it.
Hold on to your butts.
Despite California not having hardly any dinosaur fossils, we're actually a hotbed of paleontological research. Again, this is an opportunity to get the point across that paleontology is more than just dinosaurs. I know I happen to work on dinosaurs. Dinosaurs are what I study, what I publish on in the scientific literature. Dinosaurs are my passion. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist, but paleontology is the study of fossils in general. You know, the entire history of life. From long before the dinosaurs, from like single-celled organisms, all the way up until practically the present. If there's a creature that left record of its existence in the rocks, that is the purview of the paleontologist. That's what paleontologists study. It's the study of fossils. From, like I often say, from bacteria to baleen whales. From frogs to ferns. And everything in between. Dinosaurs are just the tip of the iceberg, but they are what I study. Anyway, there's a link to that profile, that post there on Blue Sky if you want to interact with that. I'll get the word out that we're live. But yeah. And Mikey likes 60 months there. Holy cow. Really appreciate that ongoing support.
All.
Thank you, Mikey likes, for keeping me online for 42 months, 60 months, whatever it is. I appreciate you doing that. That's almost like a year. I know, right, Mikey likes? Yeah. And Pete B says, yeah. We have a new alert that might come up if people gift a single gift sub. I just put together this morning. We'll see if that makes an appearance. It's randomized, so there's a few other ones. Like it's a roulette wheel. Anyhow. And Ms. Art Rule says, you're back. That was fast. Yeah, well, I mean, I drove out Friday morning, arrived early Friday evening in Anaheim. And I stayed at the chintziest little motel. Here's a picture from... Oh, thank you, Anonymous Gifter, for gifting Ms. Art Rules. Very generous of you. You didn't quite get the...
An anonymous user
the Hyrax one.
One sub to MS Art Rules.
Good try. I couldn't quite afford to stay at the Super 8, so instead, I had to settle for the Super 7 motel. And here's the 9:30 p.m. Disneyland fireworks going off there. I'm like, what is going on in the parking lot right now? And I walk outside like, oh, it's the fireworks. Yeah. But yeah, funniest little motel. Everything was relatively clean and not broken, but just the cheapest, chintziest stuff. It was pretty amusing. I should have taken a picture of the the setup in the bathroom, the toilet seat was way smaller than the toilet. So that there's like, the bowl extends like 3 inches out from the edge of the toilet seat. There's a big gap there. There's a cockroach in the fridge. I opened it up. I'm like, oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean it. Here. I'll leave you be. Closed it again. I was like, dude, do you mind? Does anybody knock anymore? I'm sorry, little cockroach. But anyway, I can't complain. It was close enough I could walk to the convention center. But a complimentary cockroach. I know, right? Burnt toast? Yeah. And those are cool critters. Like, I know cockroaches have a bad reputation. They're associated with uncleanliness and pestilence. But they're one of the earlier diverging insect groups. So I've always found them kind of fascinating as a result of that. We'll find cockroaches on our tree of life here. It was alive, Mr. Rules, yeah. Yeah, he wasn't happy when I opened up the door. Yeah. So yeah, here we have modern wing-folding insects, and cockroaches are actually pretty early diverging there. Or at least that's what I've been taught. This doesn't make it look like they're that early diverging. Cockroaches and relatives. Yeah. There's no dates on this, which is kind of funny. I wonder what the deal is there. But we have fossil cockroaches going back to, what, like the Carboniferous or earlier? Anyway, good to see you, Mini Pie. How are you doing? Yeah. Excuse me. Good to see you, Minnie. I'm afraid there's been I'm not happy to announce this, but there's been a change of policy about paying rent. Mini Pie, all of the rent is going to be paid electronically from now on. Because as it turns out, Ms. Sweetie Pie has some sort of food allergy that's making her ears all itchy and inflamed. And so I can't give her treats anymore. Because that might be what's causing the allergies, I'm not sure. Which well... Here, just don't tell Sweetie Pie, okay? Here, I can give you some treats. Just don't tell Sweetie Pie, alright? Okay? Alright, this will be our little secret. Don't tell her. Don't tell her. Slippery slope, says Gav. I mean, again, nobody tell Sweetie Pie, okay? She can't have treats anymore. Doctor's orders. You don't tell her, Sweetie Pie, or Mini Pie. Don't tell Sweetie. But anyhow, had a good weekend. Yeah. Man, there's so much smog and traffic in LA. I know I sound like, feel bad complaining about that, but makes me really grateful that I live here in the Bay Area. Yeah. Oh, cool, Max Evelyn. Yeah, the Hell Ant. Well, you know who to talk to about that would be Belint and Lita. We get a shout out for Science streams. Oh, where are you going? You still have treats here, Minnie. Oh, well. Throw these away. There we go. Yeah. Thank you to everybody who liked or reposted that Blue Sky post. Appreciate that. Before I forget, let's do a clipping goat of the week, shall we? This is something I gotta remember to do more often. I don't have a video sting ready for this quite yet, but here's how this works. I've been trying to encourage people to make more clips of these broadcasts and then share them throughout the internet. This is one of the best ways to get more people to show up here and chat. My mission of science outreach and education is it's largely dependent on word of mouth. If we want to get people excited about natural history, about fossil science, about conservation of modern species, like leatherback turtles, all of that good stuff, I mean, the wider an audience we can reach, the better. And going forward, one of the best ways of doing that is to share clips online. Forums, on social media sites, on wherever. And so in an effort to get people to think about that a little bit more, come up with something that I call Clipping Goat of the Week. GOAT being, of course, an acronym for Greatest of All Time. So if you want to be the greatest of all time clipper of the week, you can make some clips using a little clip tool here on Twitch, and then share that far and wide. I'll show you some of the clips from the past week. And we've got a good number here. Excellent. So we'll go through and take a look at some of these. I'll save some for our clips highlight reel that we sometimes play as a cold open video. And then whichever user here has the cumulative highest number of views between all of the clips that they've clipped in the past week, they become our clipping goat of the week. So let's take a look at some of these. Here's one from Kimmy Leah here. Yeah. Anywho. Oh, your sister volunteered with Archelon in Greece? That is super cool, Kimmy Leah. That's a thing I've been seeing a lot. This is so cool to see, to hear about somebody with a real-world connection to this organization. They're a turtle conservation group, sea turtle conservation group in Greece. It's the Greek, like, big turtle conservation society. There you go. Excuse me. Of course, I'm ruining the clip by coughing. Not Kimmy Leah's fault. Yeah, check it out. Really cool group. Oh, come on, there we go. What a beautiful spot, too. Holy cow. Oh, nice, Kimmy Leah. Nice. Yeah. That is one of the cool things about sea turtle conservation, is that it's typically done in pretty places. Very picturesque spots. You know? There's not a whole lot of sea turtle conservation work that's done, say, in the middle of Fresno. No offense to Fresno, California, but usually out there on the beach or on the water. That's a plus. Anyway, thank you, Kimmy Leah, for making that clip there. We got one from Claire Burr here. An idle proboscis is the devil's workshop, as they say. Or something. Idle proboscis is the devil's PlayStation. That makes me laugh. Thank you, Claire. I'm going to save that one. Uploaded by Claire Burr there. It's got 2 views. Kimmy Leah's got another one with Leatherback versus Loggerhead Turtle. Let's take a look at that. Are leatherback turtles and loggerhead turtles close at all with a... No, they're not. Oh, great question, Camilo. Here, let's pull up our tree of life again, and I'll show ya. Hey, Wolvulus, what's shaking? Good to see you. The reptiles. Here's the birds, turtles, and crocs, Archaeolosauria. Here's the turtles. So within turtles, we'll go to the cryptodires, and then the marine turtles. So there are 7 living species of sea turtle. Leatherbacks diverged first. So they're doing their own thing. We're not 100% sure how closely related they are to the rest of the sea turtles. But loggerheads are up here. That's genus Caretta. Caretta is the species. There's the loggerhead. So all of these guys are the hard-shelled sea turtles. Your Ridleys, your hawksbills, your loggerheads, your greens, your flatbacks. Yeah, that's good too. I might go ahead and save that one as well. Thank you, Kimilea, for clipping that. Weber's got another cat clip here for us to see. Here's a neat video about this.
If you were to ask the average person what an elephant, an aardvark, and a manatee had in common, they'd probably be scratching their heads.
I, for one, would love to scratch the head of an elephant, a manatee, and an aardvark. But I know that's not what he meant. And well cut there, Claire. Not a whole lot of extraneous content, just there's the punchline. There's some editing skills on display there. I'll download that one too. Thank you, Claire. And Sketchy Tracks clipped this one here. This is about UK currency. And I get there and I try and spend it and everybody's like, what's this? I haven't seen this in years. Are these Chuck E. Cheese tokens? It's like, no, this is your money. These are British pounds. That did happen when I went to Birmingham last year. People were like, yeah, we don't really take cash here. Do you have plastic? Have you got a card? Yeah, I guess. Why did I go through the trouble of getting all of this UK currency? Let's take a look at this one. Clipped by Sketchy Tracks again. This is universal among mammals. No exceptions, except for 2. It's talking about the number of vertebrae in the neck of mammals. In fact, this came up when I was talking with David Krentz over the weekend. But yeah, manatees and sloths. The 2 mammal families, Sirenia and what's the clade name for sloths? What are they called again? Bolivera. That's what they're called. They're way over here. Those are the only 2 groups of mammals where they can have more or fewer than 7 neck vertebrae. All the other mammals just have 7. Giraffes and people have the same number of vertebrae in their necks. 7. For whatever reason, sloths, the Folivera, and Sirenia, which are the manatees and dugongs, these are the only 2 groups of mammals that can diverge from that set number of neck vertebrae. Everybody else, if you have a mutation that alters the number of neck vertebrae, then that's fatal. Just like you die. It is a fatal birth deformity. But sloths and manatees and dugongs, for whatever reason, these 2 weird groups, they can do that when no other mammals can. It's fascinating. And there you go, Claire. Yeah. Instant game over if you don't have 7 neck vertebrae. Yes, there you go, Charlie's Dragon. Yeah. Sloths were too lazy to follow the rule, and so were manatees and dugongs, apparently, hey, Key. Yeah. I've heard it said that maybe it's because they have some sort of innate, immunity is the wrong word, but resistance to cancer in vitro. So like at their embryonic stages before they're born. With other mammals, if there's a mutation that alters the number of neck vertebrae, it causes some sort of like fatal cancer that's just, before you're even born, you're dead. But it might be due to something with metabolism, but sloths and sirenians, the sea cows, including manatees and dugongs. Although mammoths and manatees are very closely related, the elephants are right here. Elephants and manatees are each other's closest living relative. Well, and dugongs. You know what I mean. Anyway, for whatever reason, something about their development, their genetic makeup, those two groups that are not closely related, sloths and sirenians, yeah. Anywho, and last clip here from Claire Burr. Big Bear Lake?
Maybe there's even dinosaurs.
I doubt there's dinosaurs in there, but I don't know what the local geology is. Well done, Claire. That one got 17 views, which in absolute terms, out of all the clips, is the highest. Plus, Claire has another 2 here, so that's 19. Plus 2 is 21. Plus 2 is 23, so Claire's got a total of 23. But Sketchy Tracks has a clip with 12 views, and another with 11. That's 23 right there. So how do we do a tiebreaker over this? I think Claire Burr might barely win here because she clipped more clips. So when we have a tie in the number of views, I think our tiebreaker should be how many clips you clipped. And so Sketchy Tracks, very, very close second, but we gotta hand it to Claire Burr again. Our clipping goat of the week for the past week. Well done, Claire Burr. Thank you for making those clips. We'll see who wins Clipping Goat of the Week for this week. Good stuff. Anyhow. I think it might be about time for Metazua, and then we can get into talking about WonderCon and getting into our discussion about the confluence of paleontology and popular culture. Talked about that a lot this weekend, not just at the panel, but with my fellow panelists before it started and all of that. It was a good time, and I learned some stuff. I'm excited to share with you. So yeah. And Clyde Atmos and Totally Tubular Team, good to see both of you. Welcome, welcome. League, how's it going? And the panel went really well, Petrodactyls. We'll talk about that in a little bit. Yeah. And Fried Egg, I'm excited to talk about it. Stay tuned. But for right now, we're going to get into our daily animal guessing challenge with Metazua. And somebody says, it's not fair, Claire is always clipping. And the person who said that is Claire. Well done, Claire. Appreciate you. All right, time for Metazoa. Our daily animal guessing challenge. There is one mystery animal each day. We got to try and figure out what it is in as few guesses as possible. If you're new here, this is a lot like that word game Wordle that people go crazy over. The craze is right there. But this is not just trying to guess a word, this is trying to guess an animal using our tree of life. Because as paleontologists and zoologists and botanists and mycologists and evolutionary biologists of all kinds and geneticists, as we've all kind of independently discovered, all life on Earth seems to be related. Every creature on our planet. From kookaburras to quinoa, from octopus to orangutans, all of these creatures are related to one another. Animals and plants and fungi and protozoans, eukaryotes and prokaryotes, all living things on Earth seem to be descended from a single common ancestor, some sort of primordial life form, some single-celled, or not even single-celled yet, but just reproducing thing. About between 3 and 4 billion years ago, a critter like that gave rise to every other living thing on our planet, which is why all living things have DNA. It's because they all inherited that from a common ancestor. Now with Metazoa here, we don't have to worry about the entire tree of life. All we have to worry about are the animals. And worry has got such negative connotations. All we have to think about, ponder, explore is the animals here. So, you know, only 1.4 million species. Metazoa doesn't actually have that many programmed into it, but yeah. And there are definitely some baked-in biases in Metazoa. It doesn't have every animal. There is a heavy bias toward things like birds, vertebrates in general, mammals in particular, I guess, within the vertebrates. So I like to start off with a mammal each time. Has anybody got a mammal to go with? No marsupials, no monotremes. Those are... I don't know if we've had a single marsupial or monotreme yet in Metazoa. But, sloth? Sloths are xenarthrans. That's kind of a weird one. Squirrel is a good one, Meepo Dewey. Let's do squirrel. That's a kind of rodent. Rodents are a very, very speciose group of mammals. Speciose means you got a lot of species. Yeah, weird. That's not... Just trust me on this. The word speciose in biology means there's a lot of species. High diversity. Huh. Yeah, lots of species. Huh, sweetie pie. Good to see you. Are you joining us for Metazoa? We're going to start off with a squirrel. I know you like to watch squirrels. Maybe not as much as Moonpie does. Moonpie loves watching the squirrels. But let's start off with squirrel here.
Hold on to your butts.
We've got a mystery animal here. We got to try and figure out what it is. I'm going to guess squirrel. I think that's a good starting spot. And then Metazoa will show us the most recent common ancestor between the mystery animal and squirrel. If we get real close, then it'll be a really small clade. If we're far away, it'll be broader, but let's see. Let's see. Huh. Yeah. I'm sorry, I can't give any treats, sweetie pie. But let's try squirrel here. And go from there. Squirrel, and okay, we're nowhere close with that. It is a creature with bilateral symmetry. But it's not a squirrel, it's not a rodent, it's not a mammal, it's not a vertebrate. So, squirrel here. There's the Scuriamorpha, which is the like super family that includes squirrels. 304 species of these critters. That's quite a few. That's quite a few, huh? Huh. Yeah. And Metazua says, nope, not a squirrel. Best I can do for you today is Bilateria. So, the bilaterian animals are creatures that have, they're animals with bilateral symmetry. So this includes, well, basically vertebrates and most invertebrate animals, many invertebrate animals. So let's jump up to there. Bilateria. There we go. Bilaterally symmetrical animals. And Charlie's Dragon says, it took me way too many guesses today because I misread the phylogenetic tree. Ooh. Well, you know, all these things take practice. You live and you learn. So our critter is a bilaterally symmetrical animal. And I don't think any members of Xenocoelomorpha are in Metazoa, we can safely cross off that branch. So our critter has either got to be a deuterostome or a protostome. And given that squirrels are a deuterostome, chordates include vertebrates, including mammals. Deuterostomes are the group that includes them. We know that it can't be a deuterostome, or else Metazoa would have said deuterostoma. It doesn't. It says Bilateria, which tells us it's got to be a protostome. So these are all kinds of cool invertebrate creatures. I think we'll go with some kind of beetle because that's a very speciose group too. The beetles. The beetles. Let's go with some kind of beetle. We'll try, say, dung beetle. And, okay. It's not a beetle, but it is a member of Endopterygota, aka Holometabola, which are insects with full metamorphosis, right? Distinctive larval, pupal, and adult stages. Let's zoom into that clade. There we go. And there you go, Bola Heavy Rock. That was definitely not a coincidence. Or, no, it definitely was a coincidence. I definitely didn't pull up that song. Excuse me. Apologies for the coughing. Here's the beetles over here. Oh, the Coleoptera. We know it's not one of these guys. It instead might be something more basal, although I think Metazoa is a little quirky with the way that it portrays these. It's different from this tree. So our creature could still be... Well, let's try a Hymenopteran. This is a very speciose group as well. Let's try something like an ant. Let's try carpenter ant.
Hold on to your butts.
Let's see if that gets us anywhere. And okay. It got us somewhere. So our critter is part of Aculeata. This is a new clade to me. I wasn't familiar with this group. So this includes the ants, bees, and stinging wasps. So our critter is a Hymenopteran. Watch out, sweetie pie. Ants, bees, and wasps. Oh yeah, oh shoot, here it is. Yeah, never mind, we were already there. But, what's it called? Aculeata. Is that on? Okay, they don't even have it on this tree. It includes the ants, bees, and stinging wasps, to the exclusion of the... who? Culeata. So it does not include... oh! Ichneummonid wasps. Or wood wasps or sawflies. Okay, okay. So our critter, it's not an ant, but it is an aculeatan hymenopteron. Let's try something like wasp. Or maybe tarantula hawk wasp. We see these all the time out in Utah when I'm in the field. Let's try this and see if that gets us
Hold on
there.
to your butts.
Let's see here. No. And it doesn't look like it's going to be a wasp either. It's got to be some kind of bee. We've got bumblebee and honeybee. It's going to be either one of those, I think. Either a bumblebee or a honeybee. Chat, I will leave this up to you. Which one should we pick? Let's do a quick poll. Bumblebee versus honeybee. Run a poll. Honeybee. Bumblebee. And start poll. There we go. Which one do you want, chat? It's up to you. Which one should we guess first? You might save me a guess here. Or cost me a guess. It's in your hands. And no, bumblebees and honeybees, there's a bunch of different species, Kaplan's-Werf, that's not really... Metazoa is not always as specific as it could be when it comes to things like invertebrates in particular. But, let's see here. No reason for my choices, Papey. No worries, it's just personal preference or, you know, whatever. Whatever you want. Uh-oh, don't make this a tie, chat. No ties, please. That's why we do a poll. And honeybee takes it. All right. Let's search. Well, let's try honeybee and see if that does it. Honeybee. Watch out, Speedy Pie.
Hold on to your butts.
And... Nope, it's gonna be Bumblebee, isn't it? We know it's part of Apidae, which is the bee family. And that's it. Well, that was 6 guesses, which is more than I like to spend on something like this. But yeah. Bumblebee. Anyhow. Team Bombus says Crumbs of Mystery. There you go. Yeah. Oh, and Dyson Dunn, you saw the pic from WonderCon. Where did you see that? Because I haven't seen this yet. Good to see you, by the way, Felipa. But where did you see that picture? I'd love to see. Yeah, I got lucky you're going for B before ant, says Pecdrag. There you go. Sometimes it is luck, and sometimes it's cleverness. But yeah, let's go ahead and post that. Let's see. There we go. Yeah. Anyhow, and you love the Dimetrodon skull. Very nice, Petrodactylus. Yeah. I got to spend part of the weekend with one of the world experts on Dimetrodon. And I guess we can talk about that now, huh? And very nice, Chemo Trispin. Okay, Trispin. Nice, nice, nice. Yeah, let's watch a little video on bumblebees. If we can find a good one. Learn about these critters a little bit, and then we'll get into talking about WonderCon and all that. Have you seen the new Hadrosaur from China? That I've not. Dyson Dinosaur. No. We'll have to take a look. Let's see here. If we could find, like, if Animal Fact Files or Animal Logic has got a video on them. Maybe not. Well, okay, here's one from Animal Logic. About bees in general. Let's take a look. They always do good work. Oh, and thank you, Filippo. I appreciate that. By the way, if anybody's not yet following Twitch's other resident dinosaur paleontologist, Filippo Bertoso from Italy, go give him a follow right now. Always good to see you, Filippo. I hope you had a good weekend. Welcome back. Let's learn about bees for a little bit, shall we?
Mankind's future on this planet depends on the honeybee. So why are we exterminating them?
Because we're human beings. What we do doesn't make sense. Anyway. Speaking of which, Addicted to Capping, working on how to approach the lawmakers of the state of Kansas to reinvest in the sciences in schools. I think it is important kids learn about different fields. I totally agree with you. And I wish you the very best of luck. Kansas has a real reputation for being... How do I put this nicely? Messed up and backwards. There's that phrase. What's the matter with Kansas? It's a thing that people say. But it's important work. And Addicted to Capping, I hope you... I wish you all the best of luck there. Yeah. Yeah.
Hi, I'm Danielle Dufault, and you're watching Animal Logic. There are nearly 20,000 known species of bees, which can all be divided into 7 to 9 different families. They can be found on...
And I like it 7 to 9 different families. These are creatures that are alive today, and there's apparently not strong agreement on how many families even exist, which is kind of nuts. I mean, going back to our tree of life here. I know Apidae is the honeybee family? Bees. Let's just take a look at one of these and then zoom back out. Yeah, and there you go, Cockensworth. Yeah, yeah. Crimson says, is Kansas kind of cooked on the science side? I mean, that is the reputation. So here's one family of bees with over 4,000 species. Holy cow. orchid bees. So you can see just how much uncertainty there exists here, because here on one zoom, normally they have a date here. It'll be like the most recent common ancestor diverged such and such million years ago, and they don't have that for any of these clades. Haploid wasps. Giant honeybee, that's a member of this family here. The Apidae, right? Yeah. That's the thing, is that since these are pollinating insects, and they're highly social, like most of them are, I think, eusocial, more or less. Many of them are. I think there's lots of opportunities for them to speciate and specialize, and like, you get a new species of flower that evolves, and well, you know, actually I don't know that for a fact, that you'd get a new species of bee that evolves to exploit that flower. Many of them visit many different species of flowers, so it might be something about forming colonies that makes it really easy for them to split into different species. You just have this crazy diversity there. So yeah, we'll get back into that in a bit. And yeah, addicted to capping, I agree with you 100%. Yeah, without science, we wouldn't have a basic understanding that we have now. Absolutely. So you fight the good fight there, addicted to capping. I wish you the very best of luck. Yeah. And Crimson says Kansas is a hotspot for marine life and pterosaurs. How cooked with science education are the other states that are hot with paleontological sites like Montana, the Dakotas, and Wyoming? I'll put it this way. When we're thinking about the United States here, and a lot of these states, the like Intermountain West states, Rocky Mountain states, you have a whole lot of important vertebrate fossils. You also get that through the Dakotas and these Great Plains states, Oklahoma, Kansas, Nebraska. These also tend to be, on average, very politically conservative states. And in the United States, I want to be as objective as I can about saying this. For anybody who's familiar with U.S. politics, political conservatism, being a political conservative, correlates very, very highly with being very anti-science. It's just the way it goes. So the Rocky Mountain and Great Plains states like this have a reputation for political conservatism. Maybe not as much as, say, the Deep South. It has a long history of racial discrimination and segregation, and anyway, a lot of these other states have a history of that too. Every state in the US has got issues with science education and science literacy. But the states that have kind of the worst reputation there are the Deep South and kind of the Great Plains and Rocky Mountain states. It's just a thing. So anyway, we're not going to get into that a whole lot right now. I don't want to derail too much. Let's get back to our bees here. And then if you're still curious, we can talk about this in a bit. But yeah. And Alexander Morrison says, I feel like there's a gradient to that, at least here in Florida. Florida's a weird case. Yeah. Or like, in many ways, Florida is kind of the worst in the country when it comes to this sort of thing. In ways that are kind of unexpected. Like, Florida can be one of the most absolutely regressive, backward states there is in certain areas. And in other areas, it's like, huh, No, they did this right. Why is that? Florida's very confusing, I guess. It's strange. Complicated. It's a fascinating place. Anyhow. Bees. Bees. As a famous man once said, yes, please. The bees. Let's bring them on.
Every continent, except for Antarctica, and in any habitat that contains insect-pollinated flowering plants. Though bees were not the first insects to pollinate flowers, they did evolve to become the most efficient. And in this task, they reigned supreme. Bees evolved from wasps, which were predators of other insects. Scientists believe that the switch from prey to pollen may have occurred when the larvae of their ancient ancestors would consume flower-dwelling insects that were covered with pollen. As bees evolved into the incredibly efficient pollinators that they are today, so did the flowers that they pollinated. As incentive, flowers developed delicious nectars and longer tubes, and bees developed longer tongues to extract the nectar.
So we'll be talking about this a lot, actually. Here we go. On Monday, the 13th of April, for International Plant Appreciation Day. I'm gonna try and devote the whole stream to the fossil history, evolutionary history of plants. And this is a major story in that. This joint venture between plants and the animals, mostly insects, whom plants have convinced to become their pollinators. In many ways, the plants kind of control these creatures. It's an interesting dynamic. It's a fascinating one. We'll talk all about that on April 13th.
Also evolved vocal hairs and pollen baskets on their hind legs to help collect and carry pollen, like tiny flying balls of Velcro. To communicate the exact location of a food source to other worker bees, they perform a waggle dance.
This is really wild.
The bee walks a straight line while shaking its abdomen back and forth. The speed and distance of the shaking, along with the direction the bee is facing, tell the other bees where to find the food. The dance.
This is crazy to me. Like, it's really difficult for me to wrap my mind around. They're communicating the location of a food source by doing a dance. And there are apparently extremely subtle details of that dance that work out to, like, maybe like a coordinate system or something, so they can visually tell members of their same colony where to find food. It's bonkers, just incredibly weird, and I'm sure there's so much that the scientists who study use social insects like this, so much more that they know about this that I've never heard of. But this is the sort of thing that you could do a deep dive on. You could read about this and find out amazing things, and also probably get a sense for how much mystery still exists here. Like, what do the specialists who work on this sort of thing actually know about this? What have they discovered so far, and what still remains unknown? It's such a cool subject. We could talk about this all day, but we don't have time for that.
Lantern looks like a figure 8, and the honeybee will continuously circle back to the center and repeat the straight part of the movement. Although it's widely believed that honeybees can only sting once before dying, this is actually only partially true. The honeybee's stinger will only dislodge from its abdomen if the victim's skin is thick enough for the barbs to stick. While the skin of most mammals will do the trick, they can stick other insects without causing harm to themselves.
I didn't know that.
Honeybees are the only bees that will die after stinging a human, losing parts of its abdomen and digestive tract, plus...
And I don't know about that. Like, I've definitely been stung by non-honeybees, and they still ended up dying. Sorry, it's just, if you're gonna sting me, there's gonna be a reflective, like, ugh! Oh shoot, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to kill you. But it happens, you know? So that's probably not strictly true. And Starby says, how it works is that a bee will walk straight forward and then turn into a circle or figure 8. The forward part is how to orient in regard to the sun, And the size of the circle is how far the flowers are. That's how I remember it anyway. Interesting. Yeah. Huh. Baby says, Danny, you must be tried for your bee crimes. Not just bees, like... No kidding, I've done this to other creatures as well, including my fellow human beings. We're just like instinctively, without thinking for a fraction of a second, somebody like pinches me or like accidentally kicks the back of my leg or something, and it's just wham! Like, oh shoot, I'm so sorry. I just elbowed you right in the face. It was a reflex. I'm so sorry. No, not. I didn't kill them, Murph. No, but it's like it's like how when you're walking behind the horse, you're supposed to like keep one hand on the horse so the horse knows where you are, because if the horse just suddenly realizes that something is sneaking up behind it, it might reflexively kick out backwards. It's kind of like that, you know? Like, I have been surprised like this by people and accidentally, like, kicked them, including children. Like, it's not... I can't help it. It's a reflex, you know? Like, I've had a kid walk up behind me and, like, poke me in the small of my back, and then they go end up flying across the room. I'm like, oh, I'm so sorry. I'm sorry. Anyway, so if any of you ever meet me in person, do not do that. Because I might like accidentally injure you, and that will not be my fault. There's my warning there. I have that reflex too. See, Shark Geek knows what's up. Yeah. By the way, good to see you, Shark Geek. I hope you're doing well. Hope you're having a good day. Can we get a shout out for Shark Geek there? Anyhow. Looney Tunes style images. There you go, Petrodactylus, yeah. Yeah. But anyway, this is, here, advice for anybody who has never been around a horse, but you know, might be around a horse at some point. Here. This is some important life advice. Could save your life one day, you know?
Hey everyone, welcome back to Humble Heart Horsemanship. My name is Sabrina, this is my horse Gunner, and today I'm going to show you how to safely walk behind a horse without getting kicked. So a lot of people who are new to riding and working with horses have a fear around getting kicked by a horse. And honestly, that's actually a really good fear to have, because horses are definitely capable of kicking, and all horses can and will kick throughout their lifetime. A horse might kick because they are spooked by something, maybe they're trying to kick you because they're being aggressive, but all horses are capable of kicking. So as handlers and riders working around horses, we have to adapt safety protocols to be as safe as we can around them to prevent accidents, and also to make our horses as comfortable as possible. There's a 3-step system to safely walking behind a horse. When I put my hand here, I'm not just resting against this beautiful, voluptuous horse butt over here, but I'm putting my hand on my horse's butt to let him know that I'm there. That way he is aware that I'm towards his hind end, and he's not afraid when I start walking.
They have very sensitive skin, and part of that is an adaptation to keep them from being bitten by insects too much. So you see horses, sometimes they'll kind of stand there and they'll flick their tails from side to side to shoo away biting flies and stuff like that. But also they can twitch their skin. They have very sensitive skin. and it's got all these muscles underneath it that they can use to kind of twitch that to shoo away insects. But as a result of that sensitivity, also when you've got your hand on them like that, they know where you are. They're keeping track of you. Like, that's a whole sensory thing that they've got going on. Oh, and yowza, Crimson, that's awful.
Walking around him. You're going to keep your hand on the horse's butt until you make your way to the other side. So what we're doing here is we're communicating to our horse. We're telling him that we're here. We're not really sneaking around our horse. We're also not being super loud. That way they get spooked. We're just communicating. Second thing I'll do is I will be speaking to my horse. Speaking to my horse also lets him know that I'm coming and he knows where I'm at. He's not afraid when I walk behind him. You can say whatever you'd like to your horse.
So this is one of those things, too, that I think people forget. Horses, despite being one of the larger mammals that we have walking around on land today, they evolved as prey animals. And horses evolved from much smaller ancestors. Famously, you've got early critters like Eohippus. You know, that's what, like the size of a small dog or smaller? Where's my Eohippus? One of these days. But this is life size for a horse from the Eocene.
Because if they're removed, America loses them forever.
Thank you, Plates Before Dates, for the Prime. I appreciate that. Thanks for supporting science outreach here on Twitch. The ancestors of modern horses, you go back about 50 million years and they're about this size. And they've got multiple toes, too, not just one hoof. It's pretty cool. So anyway, horses start off small, and then some species get a lot bigger. It's a bit more complicated than this, really. Like, you see this really simple story. It's like, oh, horses just get bigger over time. No, there's different branches that do different things. Some of them stay smaller. Some of them get rid of all of their toes except for the middle one, and some of them keep those extra ones, and it's interesting and complex. But the point here is that they started off really small. So where's that famous image? This'll work, I guess. Anyway. And even our, modern horse, Equus caballos, when they lived here in North America before the end of Pleistocene extinctions, they had all kinds of big predators that they'd have to watch out for. Like, for instance, Smilodon. Saber-toothed cats, like this guy, used to feed on horses. They'd chase them down and eat them. It's, this is the sort of thing that horses used to have to worry about. And this is a really short time ago. This is just a few thousand years back that we had horses being preyed upon by big mammals like this. And even occasionally, a mountain lion might go after a horse. A puma might go after a horse if it's really desperate. Bears might go after horses if they don't have another ready source of food. So those instincts were in place for millions of years. And they're still kind of there, Horses are still dealing with that history, if that makes sense. Which is why they're so easily spooked.
I usually say right behind you, and I'll keep saying that until I've reached the other side. The final step is that while your hand's on the horse's butt, you're speaking to the horse, you want to walk as close as you possibly can to your horse's hind end. The reason for that is if your horse were to kick, the impact is going to be a lot less if you're standing close to the horse's hind legs versus way out here. So if the horse were to kick and you're standing nice and close, it's going to be like this, versus like this, that's a lot more momentum. And a horse's kick can exert up to 2,000 pounds of pressure per square inch, which is quite a bit. So we want to be standing nice and close to the horse's hind end. Hopefully those sirens are not someone that just got kicked by a horse before they watched my video, but here is what it's going to look like all together when you safely walk behind a horse. Put my hand on the horse's hind end, I'm speaking to my horse, and I'm walking closely until I've made my way to the other side. Then once I'm over here, I can remove my hand, stop talking, and you have safely walked behind a horse. Thank you guys so much for watching this.
Anyway, that's important. If you're ever around a horse, I hope everybody in chat gets an opportunity to hang out with a horse at least at some point in their life. It's cool to just be in the presence of another big mammal like that. Horses are cool. And I got to speak with an expert on fossil horses this weekend, another panelist at WonderCon. But anyhow, how did we get on this? Oh yeah, bees. Let's get back to bees, shall we?
Die after stinging a human, losing parts of its abdomen and digestive tract, plus muscles and nerves along with its stinger. Though we tend to think of bees as communal insects, in reality, nearly 90% of bees lead solitary lives. Most solitary bees nest in the ground and typically don't produce honey or beeswax. They're often stingless and generally harmless. A communal colony typically consists of 3 different kinds of adult bees: the workers, the drones, and the queen. Each member has an important role to perform and cannot survive without the support of the colony.
Anyway, this is a cool video too. I'm not going to go through the whole rest of it. We've got like another 5 minutes or whatever, but I will give you the link. Animalogic is always a good time. Check it out. Anyhow, yeah. Well, let's talk about what I was doing this weekend and why I'm still kind of trying to catch up to some things. I was sent a special invitation to help chair a panel at WonderCon in Anaheim on Saturday. Let's see here. Take a look.
One of the region's largest celebrations of comics, movies, and TV returning this weekend.
It's the Anaheim WonderCon at the Anaheim Convention Center. And KTLA's very own cosplay queen, Erin Myers, is joining us in Anaheim.
The distinction she's always wanted.
Yes, always. Can you show us your ears? Did we notice something?
Yes. They are elf ears. I do have some. I'm trying to make sure they don't fall off. We thought about taping them to my head, but so far we haven't had to do that. But I'm Arwen from Lord of the Rings, a half-elven princess who gives up her immortality to marry and become a queen. I'm still deciding if I want to give up my immortality or not, but I do like being a half-elven princess. This is so fun. You're going to see a lot of amazing cosplay here at WonderCon. People put so much time into their outfits. They look wonderful. You can.
I was actually kind of surprised by that. Like, I've been to TwitchCon 3 times now, and there's a lot of people in costume at TwitchCon for sure. I feel like there were probably 5 times as many people in costume at WonderCon, to the point where I was telling Ios and Lordy this. I kind of felt bad for a lot of them because they had these really elaborate get-ups. Just so much time and effort went into putting together these costumes. And I feel like hardly anybody was paying attention because so many people were in costume. So at another venue, you know, each one of these people might have a whole crowd of folks around them asking for pictures and talking to them. And here it was like every 3rd person was in costume. It was really something. And there you go, Dyson Dinosaur. Yeah. And there you go, Trek Nerd. Yeah. This is my first time ever at WonderCon, and it's interesting.
See the big sign up there? The doors will be opening at 10 this morning. I want to bring in David Glanzer to talk to us more about this. Now, fill us in. You guys were out here yesterday. How was it?
It was great. WonderCon is really a mellow show compared to the San Diego show that we do. And Anaheim has always been great and friendly to us. The fans are great. And as you mentioned, there's a tremendous amount of cosplay. There's probably more cosplay at this show than almost any other convention, I think.
I've seen some amazing cosplay when I was here last time. I mean, people do. They put so much time into it. Did you see anybody that just really stood out yesterday?
Yeah, there are a couple of people who have costumes that you wouldn't necessarily know who they were unless you're really into that certain fandom. There were a couple of people.
Yeah, that was nearly everybody for me. I was like, look, I'm a paleontologist. I don't really watch TV. I don't watch that many movies nowadays. If it's something that's come out in the past 20 years, chances are I don't know about it. Yeah.
I would say, that's a great costume. And then they would say, do you know who I am? I don't. But they would let me know, so which is great. I think another thing, too, which is great, is not only is it a great cosplay community, we have, I think, Janome is an exhibitor who sells sewing machines and all that. So there's a lot of cosplay support here as well.
Because people do. They make their costumes. They'll put months and months into it. And then talk about what else people are going to see. There's more than 900 exhibitors.
There's a lot going on. There's also a lot of great programming. A gentleman by the name of Floyd Norman is going to be here, who is an animator with Disney and with Pixar since 1950.
I think I saw this guy. Yeah.
We have portfolio reviews. There's a whole, if you're interested in breaking into the industry, whether you're a comics artist or writer, there's some programs on that and portfolio reviews that'll give you some critique on your stuff. There's just a lot going on, both on the floor, both in terms of sites to see, like cosplay, and then a lot of programs.
Yeah, you have panels. You can get autographs, pictures.
Yeah, and it's great. We have an artist alley that I think has nearly 500 individuals, and those.
The artist alley was really impressive, and I even made a purchase there. I'll show you in a minute.
Are independent artists who do amazing work. There's an incredible amount of talent behind these glass doors here.
And there you go.
And then you're the Men in Blue today. He's the suit, but we're going with the Men in Blue cosplay for David. We'll put some details up on the screen if you want to come check it out here at the Anaheim Convention Center. It's going on today. The doors open at 10. It goes until 5 o'clock. Get your perfect cosplay outfit because this is very fun. When you're an elf and you have these sleeves, you have to spin. And just so you know, too, elves wear tennis shoes. I'll send it back to you on that.
Little Keds moment.
Very nice. Aaron, I'm curious, did you have this costume in your closet, or did you buy it for this?
This one I bought, yes, for this. I've never gotten to dress up for one of these yet, so when I knew I was doing this, I may have some costume changes. I'm just gonna throw that out there.
Okay. She's leaning in. We love it.
I was very excited.
Good job, Aaron.
Yeah. Anywho. Oh, and I guess somebody else has posted a... Here we go. Video of walking through the convention floor. So this was cool. Kind of a new thing for me. Sort of. It was similar to TwitchCon, but I actually only went to one of the panel discussions. This was all upstairs, above all the vendors and Artist Alley and all of that. There were all of the different like auditorium rooms where they had different speakers and film showings and panel discussions and stuff. I only went to one of those, and that was mine. But yeah. But this was huge. It felt maybe about twice as big as TwitchCon, I'm guessing. I didn't see everything. But, I didn't take nearly as many photos as I should. But here we go. There's my name there on the panel. Here's our room, and we had a guy in, several people in like Jurassic Park cosplay in the audience. This is a little while before the thing even started. So we had, I think there were people standing in the back, so we had pretty much the whole room full. This is 5:30 p.m. on a Saturday. So pretty late in the day, and we still had really good turnout. The subject was, of course, the intersection between paleontology and popular culture. So I was very grateful to have been invited to this. And, Stuart Samita, the current president of the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology, introduced the event. He put together this panel and everything. This is really his brainchild. And he asked me to be there kind of in a support role and as sort of a token representation of, like, new media. Again, I was really grateful for the opportunity. I don't say the word token in a disparaging way. Like, it was really cool to have been there and be representing paleontological live streams. It's pretty neat. Yeah. Using field verticalist. There you go, Dyson Dinosaur, yeah. I actually had a few people ask me afterward, they're like, "Hey, is this a costume or is this like your normal clothing?" This is my normal clothing. This is how I usually dress. Again, a shirt just like this, different color, you know. Yeah. But it was a lot of fun. And big highlight for me was being able to hang out with fellow paleontologists and fossil science people. So you can find videos with anybody. Oh. Well, here we go. Here are two of our panelists here.
Stuart Samita and Dr.
Dr. Elizabeth Riga and her husband, Dr. Stuart Samita.
Elizabeth Riga, who are both scientists and who consult for films. We're sitting down with Dr. Elizabeth Riga.
Oh, and there's Ohinia. I need to bring her on for an interview at some point. She is also on the communications committee for the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology.
School professor at Western University of Health Sciences, and Dr. Stuart Samita, biology professor at California State University, San Bernardino, about scientific consulting in films. Welcome to the show. Thank you so much for being here.
Hey, thank you very much. Don't even pretend.
Let's start out with sort of a straightforward question. Can you tell us how you became scientific consultants? And Elizabeth, we'll start with you.
So this is one of the really cool things. Both Stuart and Beth will consult on various media projects, whether it's movies or video games or things like that. They'll be brought on by these studios to help make sure that things feel authentic. You know, when you're creating a product that's supposed to be immersive, whether it's a movie or a game, you want people to be able to suspend their disbelief and just be absorbed into the story. One of the ways of doing that is, well, making things feel real, authentic, even if it's something that's fantastical. Like, say, some mythical creature that's just invented out of whole cloth. The way that it moves should still feel natural. The way that its limbs are oriented, the way that its joints work. The speed and the gait with which it walks around, these are all things that you got to think about. And often the very best people to help make those decisions are paleontologists. The people who study anatomy, especially osteology, the bones. Among people who study modern creatures, they're not usually thinking about the bones. They're not thinking about the skeletons of these creatures because, well, shoot. You might be studying DNA, you might be studying physiology, you might be studying behavior. But if you're like a modern zoologist, you're not really concerned too much with the skeleton. As paleontologists, the skeleton is often all that we have. So we're all about that. And, Yeah, they'll probably say something to that effect here, I'm guessing.
Oh, well, goodness. I mean, how we became scientific consultants. I think this goes back to a significant friend and colleague of Stuart's and mine, Charles Solomon, who was with Stuart at UCLA. And my recollection is that the Disney studios really needed some help with their horses on Beauty and the Beast, which is Stuart's project.
Speaking of horses again.
First project with the studios. And the antecedent to that was Charles Solomon suggested, well, no one's left in the studios. All of the, what they called the 9 old men were gone. And so Charles had suggested, why not get an anatomist? Why not get a scientist? And they brought Stuart in, who was wildly successful on helping with a big draft horse. And then
Well, that's the thing. This is another thing that we were talking about at dinner afterward, is that horses are really difficult to draw. Has anybody in chat ever tried to draw a horse? Like, you know how difficult that can be. There's something about horse anatomy that is tricky, you know? And yeah, shout out to Casey Snowart, who, if anybody can draw a horse here on Twitch, it's Casey. But, yeah, you've probably seen this before. And even if you start off really good, sometimes it kind of devolves, you know? Horses are tricky, you know? Even the smallest error can make it look completely wrong. Yeah, start with 2 ovals, then draw the rest of the horse. There you go, Claire. Yeah. And Jenny Moth, thank you for the follow. So, you know, in the... In the film Beauty and the Beast, there are several prominent horses in that. I think there's a good horse and a bad horse. Doesn't Gaston have, like, a bad horse? Yeah. He's got a horse that's got red eyes. But it's not an easy thing to draw. Even a lot of animators have difficulty with this kind of thing. So yeah. And It's Rain says, I'm the resident horse person here, I guess. Well, it's good to have you here. As the resident horse person, are you familiar with gradient horse? This is a really fun thing. I'll give you a link here. But to emphasize how difficult it is to draw a horse properly. This is so much fun. I'll get up my draw pad here. But yeah, you draw a horse facing right, and then you animate it. So let's see. I'll do the body of the horse. And I'm just gonna freehand this really quickly. So... No, hang on. I wanna undo that. Undo. Okay. No, let's clear that. Let's do the head first. Nope. See how tricky this is? Horses are notoriously difficult to draw. So this is not going to be a particularly good one here. And then you watch and it'll animate it. Here, undo that, undo that. And then tail. And we can see some of the other horses that other people have drawn. This is our horse will join the herd. Here's hind legs here. So... Oh, that is not good, but... Oh well. And front legs, shoulder. There we go. And click right here, let my horse run. And it'll join the herd here. Oh, wait, why can't you see that? Oh, here it is. Okay. That's weird that it's delayed. And you can go and click on them, and they jump. But it's funny to look at these horses that other people have drawn. So I encourage you to add your own to the horse menagerie here. Gradient.horse is the URL. But you can see it's tricky. Like, drawing a horse is not an easy thing to do. This person is actually really skilled, where like they managed to capture it with very few lines. This person's got a few too many legs. That looks more like a squirrel. Yeah. I don't know what's going on with this one. And there you go, Mayor Space. Yeah, here, let's hang on a second. Bear with me here. There we go. So yeah, again, not easy to draw. That's really good. He's gonna add a dinosaur. I did do one at one point. But the thing is, they do get trimmed away if it's clearly not a horse. Like, this one is probably not long for this world, that kitty cat there. This one looks like a cave painting. Yeah. If it's very clearly not a horse, then they usually get removed pretty quickly. Show non-horses may include off-topic or inappropriate content. Let's roll the dice here. And, anyhow. Gradient.horse. It's a lot of fun. Here's another link. But the point is, horses are not easy to do. And so that's why Disney hired Stuart Samita to consult on the horses for Beauty and the Beast.
The sort of creatures you might think of as inhabiting another planet.
Thank you, Niffler,
or the
for
kind
the
you
32
dream of
months.
in a bad nightmare.
Really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you.
Another wonderful month of content, education, fun and a wholesome community to hang out in. Your enthusiasm and excitement at sharing your knowledge New news and answering questions is always refreshing.
I appreciate that,
Also,
Niffler.
thank you to the Land Pies for allowing you to stream and for visiting us on screen. Oh, it's also my 290-day watch streak today,
Holy
too,
cow.
so that proves how great being here is.
I really appreciate that, Niffler. Thank you for your continued support. That means a great deal to me. It really does. Fantastic. Really appreciate that, Niffler. Thank you.
Is that the Disney Studios really needed some help with their horses on Beauty and the Beast, which is Stuart's project, his first project with the studios. And the antecedent to that was Charles Solomon suggested, well, no one's left in the studios. All of what they called the 9 old men were gone. And so Charles had suggested, why not get an anatomist? Why not get a scientist? And they brought Stuart in, who was wildly successful on helping with a big draft horse. And then close on the heels came Lion King. And I believe, Stuart, this is where your story kind of hooks into how I got in.
That's right. The original project was, we thought, a one-off until Beauty and the Beast did so well. And then they said, well, the next film's going to have all animals in it. But the film that had all animals in that, Lion King, included a primate, which was at the time a
mandrill, right?
Baboon, and we're like, time out. And at that point, Elizabeth came in and helped.
There you go, Claire. Yeah.
Who was a tremendous animator. He sorted out the behavior and posture and a variety of other features of the character that became known as Rafiki. And so we actually got to work on that together, which was a lot of fun. And then after that came Pocahontas, in which Beth spent an enormous amount of time talking about both anatomical and cultural features. And I got to spend a little bit of time on some of the animals. But then over the years, we were perceived as a sort of a part of the recipe to help make characters look better and move more smoothly and more realistically. It would probably be fair to say that I mostly work on animals and occasionally...
And hang on, I thought Rafiki was a mandrill. Is he a baboon? Is a baboon... Is a mandrill a kind of baboon? Yes, this is a mandrill. One of the most brightly colored of all modern mammals. Yeah, there we go. Demon monkey. That's such a... I mean, if there's a demon monkey, it's us. It's Homo sapiens. It's human beings. Anyhow. Yeah. But are they... Here. Are mandrills a kind of baboon? Let's look this up. Go from ants here to Mandrillus, which is the genus name. That's pretty cool. We're the baddies? Yeah, there you go, Bait B. Definitely. All right. Mandrill and drill. Megabays, baboons, and drills. Megabays. So I don't know if baboons are actually a clade. Gelada baboon. Yeah, so baboon is not really like a taxonomic group, I guess. Primates comprising the genus Papio. Okay. So these are a different genus, so... Baboons. Okay, okay. So baboons are everybody within this genus, Papio. whether it's Papio or Papio hamadryas, Papio anubis, Papio ursinus, etc. Okay, that makes sense. So mandrills are related to baboons pretty closely. They're part of Papionina, which is like a subfamily that includes baboons and mandrills. But mandrills, strictly speaking, are not part of genus Papio, and thus they are not baboons. I think that's what I'm getting from this. Mucho Papio, there you go, Ms. Hurls, yes. Claro que sí. Yeah. So this is not a drill? This is... And this is a mandrill. And the rest of these are baboons and their relatives. So yes, thank you, Charlie's Dragon. Yeah. Anyhow, I hope that makes sense. Anyway, back to this. I'm really fascinated by this idea. It was so cool to be able to talk with Beth and Stuart about this weekend. Paleontologists acting as consultants for movie studios, for game studios, on lots of creative works like this. We often are the best candidates for doing this kind of work, you know?
Dip my toe into talking about people, whereas Beth does an enormous amount of time on people and primates.
And good luck with your interview, Fried Egg. Enjoy your dinner. I'll see you around.
Does work on animals. In fact, she teaches comparative anatomy as well as human anatomy.
So at what point do you get called in? Do you called in during the planning phases of these films, or do the filmmakers get to the certain point where they're trying to create a character and then sort of panic a little bit and call in you guys as experts?
Well, as academics, I believe the answer is E, all of the above.
Yeah.
Depending on the project.
Fair.
Here's a link to this video, by the way.
That it is best if they have us in early. It really is. There are some times when they simply want someone to come in and tell them, yeah, that looks great, and they hope that we say that. And
they want a yes man.
It's not always the case, but in general, the best time to be in is early in the planning stages where we're doing character design and we're training the artists for how to make them move and how to get them to act on screen.
Yeah.
And speaking of that kind of thing, here, I don't want to interrupt Beth, but just really quickly, there was this thing that I had completely forgotten about that I knew about years ago that Stuart reminded me. He reintroduced me to this thing. Oh goodness, what's the name of the Looney Tunes guy? Chuck. Somebody in chat will know who I'm talking about. Might have been the creator of Looney Tunes. No, not Norris Rid. Chuck Jones. Thank you, Petrodactylus. And this is not what I was looking for. Nope. What the heck? I think it was called Socks and Tennis Shoes. Am I misremembering the search terms here? There were these wonderful diagrams that he'd put together as a reference for artists, for trying to explain to the animators how different animals work. There's this concept, and I get questions about this every once in a while here on Twitch. Oh, why is it that that horses' legs are backwards? Why do chickens have backwards knees? And it's kind of a fundamental misunderstanding of how these animals are put together. Horses and chickens do not have backwards knees. Their legs don't go the wrong way. Their legs bend the same way that our legs bend. They just have very different proportions, which I think fools a lot of people. So there we go. This is what I was looking for. Chuck Jones's trick for drawing animal legs. The way that he would explain this to artists is like, draw it with socks and tennis shoes on. So it is kind of like this, yeah. If a dog wore pants, would he wear them like this or like this? It's the same kind of a concept. Again, let me see if I can get this book. Because Stuart recommended it to me, and there's beautiful diagrams in there all about this. It's called Chuck Amok, and it's about the work of... yeah, the life and times of an animated cartoonist. That's a little pricey for me. But I'll give you a link. I'm not going to get this myself, because I can't spend this much on this right now, but if you have this kind of money, go nuts. In new tab. So like a person, obviously we know how this works with us, but for a dog, the leg doesn't go backwards. That's the knee right there. So you get femur, and then tibia and fibula. There's the ankle. There's the bottom of the foot, and there's the toes. So this is how you would draw a shoe like this on a dog, if that makes sense. Yeah. Likewise, for a horse. There's the knee right there. There's the ankle. To a paleontologist, of course they work this way, because you look at their skeleton, and you recognize those bones. It's the same bones that you and I have in our bodies. It's all homology, you know? So this concept that, you know, whether you're a whale or a bat or a cat or a person, you've got the same bones there in your arm. They might be used for very different purposes. They might be squashed and elongated or truncated, but it's the same bones, you know? As a paleontologist, when you're used to working with bones, this is the most obvious thing in the world, you know? Here, I'll go back to that that Neil Shubin clip. Because I feel it's helpful in this situation.
He was fortunate to be an anatomist in an age of discovery.
So you're talking about Richard Owen here.
More than 150 years ago, scientists were finding connections between the hands and limbs of four-legged animals. Sir Richard Owen was an anatomist in the 19th century. He was fortunate to be an anatomist in an age of discovery.
So
people were coming back to...
Richard Owen is this guy who, by the way, one of Stuart and Beth's kids is named Owen after Richard Owen. This is the guy who coined the word dinosaur. Here he is with Varanus priscus megalania, I think. He's the guy who came up with the name dinosaur in the first place. Really influential early paleontologist, anatomist. I couldn't call him an evolutionary biologist because he wasn't super on board with the idea of evolution. But anyway, really important figure in the history of paleontology. One of the first.
London with new and oddball creatures for him to analyze. And in analyzing all the different creatures, he found common patterns. Although the overall shape and structure of each limb was very different, he started to see that there was an underlying theme.
Here we go.
It was as if the same set of bones was being squashed or extended to perform different functions.
Sea turtle.
Here's a dog. Dogs, run and jump. What do you have? One bone, two bones.
Radius and ulna.
Little bones. And then the digits, the
metacarpals,
fingers or toes.
phalanges.
And, of course, here's a bird. Its limb has been modified into a wing, and it has one bone, two bones, lots of bones, and then digits. The amazing fact is, in each of these creatures, the skeletal architecture is largely the same as ours.
Yep.
And what was utterly surprising is that the skeleton of every animal walking the earth today has this fundamental pattern of one bone, two bones, little bones, fingers.
Yep, every animal with bones has got that same pattern. Why? Because they inherited it from a common ancestor.
Owen didn't know why creatures had that pattern. It was a mystery to him. It really took a new insight, an insight from Charles Darwin,
Chucky
who basically said the reason why animals have this common pattern is because at some time in the distant past, they all shared a common ancestor that had a version of this pattern too.
So that all of these creatures, they kind of have that as a hand-me-down from their ancestor.
The evolution of our limbs and hands
inherited
by
it.
going back in time down our family tree. Starting with our primate ancestors, we see hands and limbs that look very similar to our own. Go back a bit further to the first mammals, and we find deeper similarities in the paws. And we see how paws emerged from more distant relatives. And if we go back even further, we reach our most distant four-legged ancestors. These animals, the earliest tetrapods, were among the first to have Owen's one bone, two bones, lots of bones pattern.
Yep.
But when we enter the underwater world, around 400 million years ago, instead of animals with limbs, we find prehistoric fish with fins. And that brings us to a great mystery of biology. How did we get from fish with fins to animals with arms and legs?
Well, we started off with limb-like fins. And those developed into limbs. Anyway, spoiler alert. Excellent, excellent program here. In my opinion, this is like one of the greatest natural history documentaries of all time. Your Inner Fish is stellar. If you've not seen it, bookmark that link right now. Watch it when you're done with this stream. Or later on tonight, or whenever. Like, I wish this were part of the standard curriculum for every school in the world. It's such important stuff, and it's one of these blind spots that I feel a lot of even very clever, very well-educated people, this might be something they know next to nothing about, you know? It's not really taught in American schools until maybe you get to college, for the most part. If you learned about this sort of thing in middle school or high school, count yourself lucky if you're an American, because most people don't get to learn about this. It's very politically inconvenient to a lot of powerful people, this idea of creatures changing over time and different organisms being related to one another. A lot of folks are terrified and disgusted by the very notion of that, even though it's a fact, even though it's the fundamental underlying principle that undergirds all of biology. Anyway, don't get me started. It's super important stuff, and I want you to know it. And I feel like if this sort of thing were taught better in schools, there wouldn't really be the need for this kind of explanation, but because this is such a this feels so arcane to so many people. They never learned about this stuff. This is why people like Chuck Jones, the creator of Looney Tunes, had to come up with these diagrams to explain to his animators, this is how you animate the legs of a kangaroo, or a dog, or a horse, or a sloth. I love this here. And it's so funny. So, there's a sloth there. Draw the sloth with socks and tennis shoes. This is how it works, you know? This is the sort of thing that we as paleontologists take for granted. We're used to looking at skeletons. We know how these things work. Most people don't have that perspective. To this day, I think a lot of folks are still kind of operating on this almost like medieval assumption that like, oh, animals, they're weird and they did, who knows what they're all about. You know? They're like, maybe they're kind of magic, I guess. It's not like there are fundamental underlying principles for why different animals look the way that they do and are built the way that they are. It's like, who knows, you know? I feel like that's still the way that a lot of people think. It's because this sort of thing just isn't really taught in schools, frankly. But yeah. And so the protruding bone, some think, is the backwards knee, is the heel bone, says Shark Geek. Bingo. Yeah. So like when we're talking about our horse here, that is the ankle. Just like it shows you in this diagram. So a horse doesn't have backwards legs, it just has a much longer foot than we do. That's the ankle, and that's the knee. And it makes a lot of sense when you actually look at, say, a 3D model of a horse skeleton. Let me find one on Sketchfab real quick. That'll do. Yeah. So, a skeleton of a horse. I mean, when you look at the skeleton, it just makes sense, right? There's the femur, the thigh bone. There's the knee right there. Those paired bones are the tibia and fibula. And then this is the ankle right here. Does that make sense? Yeah, so when you look at the underlying skeleton, suddenly it becomes obvious. This is why we as paleontologists, this is second nature to us. Because we're used to thinking in terms of skeletons, you know? So, upper arm bone, this is the humerus, right here. Radius and ulna, that's the forearm. This is the wrist, right here. And this is the hand. Excuse me, apologies. So yeah. Pretty cool, right? And this explains why they don't walk backwards. Exactly, Davy Jones, yeah. I wish we could find like a video about this with Chuck Jones. Animal anatomy. If this touches on it at all. But again, if you want to, even if you're creating something goofy like a cartoon, there's got to be an underlying logic to it, you know? You have to be able to make it make sense to the audience before they can actually become invested in the story, you know? If it doesn't do that, then it's not gonna work. So even something that is seemingly fanciful, you know, it's gotta be believable in a way. There's like an old canard from art, like a phrase, a saying, that you have to know what the rules are and understand them before you can break them in an intentional way. So cartoons are always breaking all kinds of rules, you know? A classic example is like, you know, running off of the cliff and then hanging in midair for a second before you look down, realize you're in midair, and then you fall. That's an example of like breaking the rules, and there's some comedy in that. You have to kind of establish. There has to be like an understanding of how things are supposed to work before you can buck those expectations, take it in a different direction, and then you can garner comedy from that. Does that make sense? Dangerously close to like over-explaining jokes so they're not funny anymore, but you know what I mean, right? Yeah. So yeah. I don't think there's... I think they really explain that here. The whole, like, anatomy part of it. Which is disappointing, because this, like, it's such a fundamental thing. Anyhow. But that brings us back to Beth, one of my co-panelists from this weekend.
Yeah, artist education is one of the best places to make sure that they're starting on a good basis. But it really depends on where we're going. We're not the science police. And that is one of the reasons why we're popular with the studios is I've been in a film project that had a very prominent famous actor in it where, technically we had to put reference points on him physically and film him in the kind of performance capture days. Right. And then
I like that she couldn't say the name of the famous actor because I don't know. Might get into trouble.
Create a gorilla that was retrofitted from a human rig, which was a delightful science experiment because it was so easy to do in a day.
And so, again, this is when we're doing this kind of work, when people like Beth and Stuart are doing this kind of work, being able to film references is really important. I think I've made this point before.
What?
It's true, Mini Pie. Yeah. Sitting on the soundboard again. This extends to things like Star Wars, that we'll be talking about in early May. On the 4th of May, in fact. There we go. But here's the thing. You've got something that doesn't exist in real life. An AT-AT walker. How do you make this thing move in a way that feels believable? It's convincing. You don't want people to be looking at that and going, hang on, that looks weird. My immersion is broken. I'm no longer invested in the story. You do not want that. You want it to be believable. You want people to stay immersed in your story. How do you do that kind of thing? So you see the amount of work that goes into this. They had to be clever about it. Use references. Yep. So just like Beth was talking about drawing reference points on an actor, they did this here with an elephant. This is, I think I may have met this elephant, actually. Asian elephant at Marine World in Vallejo, California. I'm pretty sure this is the same one. I may have ridden this elephant when I was a kid. I got to go to a birthday party for a friend of mine. I think it was when I was like 5 years old. And at the party, if you have your birthday at Marine World, the birthday boy gets to ride an elephant. And they tried to put him up on the elephant, and he immediately started crying. And so they're like, well, shoot, you paid for this. Does anybody else want to ride the elephant? Like, me, please. It was so cool. So you see how that doesn't look right? Like, so many parts of this are just wrong, you know? Because they hadn't done the reference work yet. This is a preliminary thing. They must have looked at this and gone, this is completely wrong. Like, we're not going to... The finished product can't be like this. Yeah, so anyway, this sort of thing is really important. And if you're talking about anatomy, if you're talking about how animals work, oftentimes the best people to consult on that are paleontologists. The people who are thinking about skeletons all the time, you know? So, yeah, here we go.
Ponies as they're galloping down in the snow, and they couldn't make them look right, and they were trying to achieve something that hadn't been done. And right when they opened the rig,
This is from Milan.
you're looking over their shoulder and going, oh, well, attach the pelvis and detach the scapula. And they thought it was magic, right? All of a sudden, all of their problems were solved by simply making the rig reflect the biological reality, which is kind of that perfect moment that you have as a scientist when you're working with media. What do you think, Stuart?
Yeah, well, and Beth brings up a couple of important points. When people think of animation, they think of what they see on the outer surface of a character. And back in when we first started doing this kind of thing, that's really what you did. You talked to people who drew things, and you told them what they should look like on a piece of paper. The pipeline is much more complicated now. Everybody thinks that computer animation makes things faster and easier. It doesn't. It just gives you more options. And there are many, many more stages to this, which includes modeling, design, then what Beth just mentioned, rigging, which is putting an internal, essentially marionette-like skeleton in the side of the character so the animators can move it. And that really, for us as paleontologists, is priceless, because the best analog for an internal skeleton is a skeleton.
Yeah.
And so we used to spend tons of time doing surface anatomy, and we still do. But now we spend an enormous amount of time on joint biomechanics, which is great. And so what happens then is it lets you look inside of characters into their, for want of a better term, their animation anatomy, and help them get things to move in a way that hopefully will feel comfortable on screen.
Dyson Dinosaur, Filippo says, to me, the best example of paleo applied to a totally different stuff is the model of a small, quick spaceship appearing in the TV series Star Wars. Clone Wars, based on the cervical vertebra of an Apatosaurus. Really? I never saw Clone Wars, Dyson Dinosaur. Do you remember what it was called? Because that would be cool to see. If I could image search that. Neat stuff, but I don't know, it was fun to be able to talk with the fellow panelists at WonderCon all about this. How the skills that we have as fossil researchers position us really well to be able to do this kind of work, to make things look convincing, to be hired on as consultants for films and video games and stuff like that. It's pretty neat. Pretty neat. We'll go a little bit further with this video, and then we'll go and look at some other stuff. Oh, and hang on. I think we might have an example here. Oh, interesting. Yeah, I've never seen this before, but I could see that, yeah. Yeah. You got your bifurcated neural spines there. And then you've got your, like, cervical ribs. And then your vertebral centrum in the middle. I could totally see that. Yeah. Apatosaurus cervical vertebra. Bingo. Yeah. Can you see it, chat? pretty neat. In fact, is this the Umbaran starfighter from Clone Wars was inspired by an Apatosaurus vertebra. That's pretty funny. Yeah. I can see it. Can you see it? Mini pie, my goodness. Hang on, I gotta appease Mini Pie here. Gotta pay rent to the landlord. She is ravenous, right? My goodness. My goodness. All right. How's that, Minnie? You satisfied with this? Yeah, you crunch those up. Good for your teeth. Again, don't tell Sweetie Pie. Because she's not supposed to have these anymore. Doctor's orders. But, yeah, good stuff. Anyhow. This is interesting. Huh. What vertebra is it based on? Huh. Neat. I'm trying to figure out who it was who actually designed this. Anyway, cool.
Really reflects the fact that we're scientists first, we're anatomists first. And because we are into skeletons, we're into bones and joint mechanics, and then of course the way the muscles make them move, that puts us in a very, very good position to help the animators do what they want to do. But to be fair, as Beth said, we know we're not making documentaries. We know mice don't really talk. We get that.
Yeah. But if they did talk, how would their little facial muscles make their mouth move? Because that's part of overcoming. A lot of folks talk about the uncanny valley. And honestly, that discourse was so overblown because the uncanny valley is just code for I don't know how to animate eye movement. Right. And one of the things we found.
That's a really good point.
That's
That's a really good point that Beth made there. It's just there might be a few details that are off and it just ruins everything. The uncanny valley,
Neurobiology as primates is that we are intensely visual, and our visual cortex is so much of a part of our emotional state and social hierarchy that the studios know and leverage that without having that terminology to affix to it. In our business, it's like, okay, how do we advocate for making things look good, making things look plausible, whether it's a hyper-realistic situation or whether you have to make a hadrosaur talk, right? And in which case, and it's one of our favorite anecdotes from Dinosaur, which was Disney's first foray into digital animation.
Yeah, by the way, there was a lot of talk about Disney's Dinosaur this weekend. Any fans of this film in the chat right now? I think Stuart worked on this a bit. Beth may have worked on it too. David Krentz, who's a paleo artist I admire a lot. I got to meet him, and the whole design of the iguanodon in Disney's Dinosaur, that was David Krentz's work. I think Beth is about to mention that right here. But yeah, lips over the beak. There you go, Alexander Morrison. Yeah.
Dinosaur, which was Disney's first foray into digital animation, is
Oh, and by the way, somebody was wondering about in Stuart's background. We've got these C. Moria right here, and if that's from a particular museum in Texas, it probably is. Here, C. Moria pair. Let's see if it comes up. C. Moria skeleton pair. Moria bailarensis. So these might be at the Carnegie Museum. And there's Stuart there. Awesome. So they have a cast at CMNH. I bet you the originals are somewhere in Texas. But if you want to read more about that, here is a link for whoever was wondering. Good question. Let's go back to Disney's Dinosaur here.
Looks plausible, whether it's a hyper-realistic situation or whether you have to make a hadrosaur talk. Right, and in which case, and it's one of our favorite anecdotes from Dinosaur, which was Disney's first foray into digital animation, is that they had an animated, an accurate hadrosaur, and the people working on that project were incredibly accurate illustrators, experts in the field like David Krentz, and when they tested it, having a beak on a hadrosaur made it look like, and they quote, two clacking coconuts. Right? So that would have been a realistic hadrosaur. So you go back to the drawing board.
And it's funny that I'm gonna go, well, actually, for a second, but Iguanodon is not a hadrosaur. Hadrosaurs are a kind of iguanodontian, but Iguanodon is not a hadrosaur. Filippo can back me up here in the chat. I'm not just being super nitpicky here.
Board and go, okay, hadrosaurs don't have front teeth, but if they did, how would they look?
Thank you,
and
Filippo.
they don't have muscles of facial expression. We know reptiles don't, including birds. But if they did have muscles of facial expression, where would they attach and how would they move? So, that's where you're kind of marrying art and science. If we can get past the fact that hadrosaurs had to talk, right? And then that's just one of the conceits or constraints. And so this is where I caution, both folks that are making their living in the attention economy, is that it may be fun kind of as a one-off to make fun of the inaccuracies in the films, but that kind of makes you come off as Grandpa Simpson kind of shaking your fist at those kids on your lawn.
Yeah, or old man yells at cloud. Exactly. Yeah. This is something I've been saying for a long time. It's so nice to hear this echoed by such an esteemed colleague. Again, I want to play that back because it's really important. It's one thing to go, well, actually, about everything and like, oh, this is terrible. They got this wrong and they got that wrong. When you're making a pop culture product like that, you kind of have to choose your battles. There are certain things that are never going to be 100% correct. Like, we've got talking dinosaurs, That's not a thing outside of a few species of modern dinosaurs, out of a few species of bird today. Dinosaurs didn't talk. It's like, already that's a thing that we've got to overlook. Again, it kind of goes back to that Simpsons clip.
And that's exactly what I meant, and then did, yeah.
Miss Bellamy. In episode 2F09, when Ichi plays Scratchy's skeleton like a xylophone, he strikes the same rib twice in succession, yet he produces two clearly different tones. I mean, what are we, to believe that this is some sort of, magic xylophone or something? Boy, I really hope somebody got fired for that blunder.
I'll field this one. Let me ask you a question. Why would a man whose shirt says genius at work spend all of his time watching a children's cartoon show?
I withdraw my question.
Yeah. She seems very familiar, says Claire. I've never interviewed Beth before. I'd like to at some point. But she's done a bunch of paleo media stuff. You may have seen her in maybe a documentary or something like that. I'm not sure. But she's done a lot of cool stuff.
I think the alternative that I hope has kept both Stuart and I relevant is that it's always a dialogue and a discourse, and it is kind of...
Oh, here, let me go back so she can make that point again, because it is really important.
Where I caution, both folks that are making their living in the attention economy, is that it may be fun kind of as a one-off to make fun of the inaccuracies in the films, but that kind of makes you come off as Grandpa Simpson kind of shaking your fist at those kids on your lawn. I think the alternative that I hope has kept both Stuart and I relevant is that it's always a dialogue and a discourse, and it is kind of that essay into the possibilities, which really led us into Strange World, which was the perfect point for us to start a project, wasn't it? Because
it really was. It was at the front end when
I never saw that film. I should see it.
Were being batted around.
In fact, I think we'll take a look, but I'm pretty sure that numerous chatters have said that I look like one of the characters in that film. We'll take a look at our records here. Searcher Clade from Strange World. Let's see. I could see that maybe. I don't know. Again, I haven't seen this. Maybe I should.
To the possibilities, which really led us into Strange World, which was the perfect point for us to start a project, wasn't it? Because
it really was. It was at the front end when ideas were being batted around, and so to circle all the way back to your question,
Freudian slip there, huh?
It is really useful for us to be there at the very, very front end of things, and I can say that with some minor exceptions, most of the projects where we've actually had, I think, the most useful impact have been those where we've been on the project early on.
Yeah, like right at the very beginning, teaching Disney animators how to knuckle walk in the studio, right down there in Burbank. I mean, that was great. And
this reminds me of that famous behind-the-scenes footage from Jurassic Park. Running Gallimimus. Here we go. Being able to look at real animals and see how they move turns out to be really important. Trying to find you that exact clip here. Here we go. From Jurassic Park. I guess that's the point that we're all trying to make here. And the point that we were trying to make on the panel this weekend, too, is that even in stuff that is supposed to be fictional, fantastical even, if you want people to be immersed in the story as they're watching, there has to be a realism to it. There has to be an authenticity there. And as paleontologists, we are often people who are most in tune with that when we're talking about how different creatures are built, how they move, how their skeletons work. You gotta really be thinking about that. Even when you're designing a fictional creature. It has to feel believable in order to really be compelling. Oh, yeah. Sketchy Track says that fall didn't make it into the film. I mean, it kind of did, Sketchy Tracks. If you go back and watch that scene, one of the ornithomimids stumbles as it goes over the log, and that's when it gets chomped by the Tyrannosaur. But yeah, that was intentional there with that, what that guy was doing. So this last guy, he does this on purpose. Yeah, anyway. Yeah. You missed that detail. Yeah, rewatch it, and it's... They put so much thought into this, and it really is kind of a night and day difference, Jurassic Park versus Jurassic World. Jurassic World, by contrast, just kind of feels slapped together. It feels far less grounded in the way that it's shot, in the way that the visual effects scenes are put together. There wasn't that attention to detail. I really do think that it is a... When you have some, like, constraints placed on you, sometimes that... you end up with a much better final product, because you've really got to be intentional and thoughtful about how you do things. If all of the options are open to you and you can do whatever, that can lead to a final product that it's clear that less thought went into it, less cleverness, you know? But yeah. And exactly, Petrodactylus, I totally agree. Yeah. Anyhow. And Wonky Circle says, were dinosaurs just big birds? Genuine question. I would say... in some ways, yes, but in most ways, no. It's not that dinosaurs are big birds. It's that birds are small dinosaurs. Birds are one branch on the dinosaur family tree. They're a very specialized group of dinosaurs. Dinosaurs start right here on this diagram. So everything up from this node is a dinosaur by definition, because it evolved from that first dinosaur. That's why birds are dinosaurs, is because they evolved from earlier two-legged feathered dinosaurs. So birds are a weird, small, super lightweight kind of dinosaur. Dinosaurs came in all different shapes and sizes like this. Birds are just one group of dinosaurs. And they inherited a bunch of different anatomical features from their dinosaur ancestors, everything from hollow bones to feathers, the shape of their ankle, the shape of their hip, the way that they walk. Even their wishbones are all dinosaur features that they inherited. So it's best to think of birds as being weird, modified dinosaurs. Although at the same time, because we have birds around today and we can study them in the field and in the laboratory, birds are a really important tool for figuring out things that might be unknown as of yet about dinosaurs through the fossil record. We can find out what's going on with the birds, and that can be an important tool for trying to figure that out for extinct dinosaurs. Crocs are good for this too, but they're not as close to dinosaurs as birds are. Birds literally are dinosaurs. Crocs are the closest thing that we have to dinosaurs outside of birds. So they're often not as good an analogy, but sometimes they're better. If we're trying to look for an animal with a big muscular tail, well, birds don't have that anymore. They've got stubby little tails that are barely even there, and then they have feathers sticking out of that. If you're looking, if you want to know something about dinosaur tails, there's soft tissue, something about the way that they're put together, where the muscles attach. Birds are not going to help you there. But crocs can. Because they have tails. You know what I mean? So yeah. Anywho. I hope that makes sense. But yeah. And there you go, Golganek. Yeah. Yeah. Pay attention to reality when you want to make fiction or science fiction make sense. Helps with immersion. Exactly, Golganek. Yeah. Yeah. And Starmy says, was the scene with a Tyrannosaurus chomping an ornithomimid plausible? Yes. Yeah, so pretty much anywhere that you get ornithomimids, I think you get Tyrannosaurs too. I don't know if there are any environments where we have one but not the other. Which is interesting to think about. They both show up around the same time in the fossil record. Yeah. Yeah. So, like, if we're talking about the biota of the Hell Creek Formation, for instance, we've got Tyrannosaurus here, and we have at least one, probably multiple species of ornithomimid, too. And actually, now it turns out we have multiple Tyrannosaurus species as well. We've got Tyrannosaurus, and we've got Nanotyrannus. In the Hell Creek, we've got maybe Struthiomimus, maybe Ornithomimus, too. Oh, yeah. Both of these groups, their heyday is the late Cretaceous. That's when the Tyrannosaurs are big and widespread, and that's where Ornithomimosaurs are big and widespread, too. The late Cretaceous. From about 90 million years ago until 66 million years ago. That's the heyday for both of those groups. So, cool to think about. Maybe ornithomimosaurs were like a key food source for tyrannosaurs, especially when they're young. You know, this kind of tableau here got a lot of basis in reality, I think. I hope that makes sense. Yeah. Gmo Paint says, no way mosasaurs were that big? Oh no, they get that big. Well, hang on. This is, I don't think this is to scale. Or it might be. I don't know. I think this is supposed to be Mosasaurus hoffmanni here. And I don't think they're quite that big. I don't think this is properly to scale. I could be wrong, but I think this is an overestimate for how big this animal would be. Yeah. I want to say they top out around 13, 14 meters, something like that. It's like less than 50 feet. But yeah. Also, is it true that Chronosaurus and Liapleurodon weren't that big? Yeah, so like the Liapleurodon from Walking with Dinosaurs. Liapleurodon being this, it's depicted as enormous, like more than 100 feet long or whatever in Walking with Dinosaurs. We don't actually have good evidence that they were that big. There's something more like this. But Yeah, anyway. It's still pretty big for a short-necked plesiosaur, but not as big as they show in... like, Kronosaurus probably would have been bigger than Liopleurodon, based on the evidence that we have. But yeah. And is the old Sea Monsters movie still accurate? Oh, the documentary Miss Blue Skies? Chased by Sea Monsters? With Nigel Marven? You mean, is the depiction of Liopleurodon in this, still accurate? I don't remember their depiction of Liopleurodon. I don't remember them having a super huge Liopleurodon in this, but maybe they did. I don't know. There was that scene with them attacking the lead Zichthies. I think those are both too big. Let's see here. Yeah. Something about the lighting here, I think, was really compelling, really memorable. So that's a giant ray-finned fish that they're feeding on. It's so much fun. Anyway, this whole thing is up on YouTube if you want to see it. Here's a link. Chased by Sea Monsters. So much fun. Anywho. Were there actual estimates putting them at 25 meters at the time? I think it may have been one of those things where this was a rumor at the time, and Tim Haynes and the Walking with Dinosaurs folks decided to run with that, and it turned out to be a largely unsubstantiated rumor. I think that's kind of the idea. Yeah. Anyhow. But yeah. Back to this, though, with Beth and Stuart.
Value, I think, that has stuck with the industry almost the most is the work we put on Mulan. You know, particularly from my end of things, with their central question of how do you...
Anyway, really interesting stuff. This is so cool. Here's a link to this whole discussion here. Yeah. We end up talking about fossil critters here. Osmosis Jones. I remember that movie. Anyway, good stuff. We might return to this later in the stream today. But, yeah. I do want to talk a little bit more about WonderCon. For those of you just tuning in, this is what I was doing this weekend. I was invited to be a speaker on a panel at WonderCon by Stuart Samita there, who was in that last video. Invited to be a panelist talking about the link between paleontology and popular culture. I did stop by Artist Alley here, and show you what I got. I didn't want to carry around the big bag. I didn't want to buy anything large, and I didn't have the budget for that either. I already spent way too much money going down to Anaheim over the weekend. But, when Stuart and I went to go get lunch at the food trucks area, it was difficult to find seating to be able to sit down and eat our lunch. So we sat down at a table that already had a couple of people at it, two young ladies, and they, I don't know, Stuart and I were talking for a while about SVP stuff, and after a while, the two gals turned to us and they go, sorry to interrupt, and we promised we weren't eavesdropping, but, are you two paleontologists? We said, yeah. So we got to talking, and one of them was a volunteer at a local fossil museum. And we're like, yeah, you should come to our panel. And they told us about a vendor that we should go talk to as well. Somebody at Artist Alley. Fossil forager. I've actually seen her stuff on Blue Sky before. She does fossil critters, like here is her Burgess Shale art here. And she does marine life stuff. Here's a whale fall with all of these cool critters. Hagfish and octopus and chimeras and giant isopods. And so I had to pick up a couple of things. So, yeah, just small stuff. But the first thing that caught my eye was this, and Stuart got one as well. Who knows who this is? Yeah. Oh, and you bought some stuff from her too at Emerald City Comic Con. Very cool, Petrodactylus. Yeah, she was super nice. But yeah, Tiktaalik. Ding, ding, ding. Yeah. I had to get this. It is so cool. So Tiktaalik, of course, is an early fishapod. So one of these critters that, I guess you could call it a missing link, although I really kind of despise that phrase. It's a lobe-finned fish that we think is capable of coming up onto land, at least partway, if it wanted to. But it's a link between ancestral lobe-finned fishes that were hanging out in the water and its descendants that would come up onto land and evolved into the tetrapods like you and me. So all of the amphibians and reptiles and mammals are all descended from an animal that looked a lot like this. So I was really stoked about this and just had to pick that up. Good stuff. Yeah. A great simple style without being cartoony. It is really nice. I was, and just high quality too. I had to get it. So now I've got it. And then of course I'm faced with that perennial question, how do you wear a bunch of enamel pins and stuff without putting holes in all your best shirts? I still have yet to figure that out. Maybe I'll rig up some kind of a system with some magnets or something, but good stuff. I got that, and then a couple of gifts for some friends. For my friend Snail Chaser. And I go way, way back to like kindergarten. He streams on Twitch here occasionally too. He really likes isopods and raises isopods at home. Isopods are... They have so many different regional names. But when I was a kid, we called them roly-polies. These little terrestrial crustaceans. Many of them can roll up into a ball. Many of them are really cute. Fancy isopods. Some of them have been specially bred for exotic coloration and that kind of thing. Really pretty. Anywho, for Snail Chaser, I got him this sticker. And I should have got him some enamel pins too, but that was kind of outside my budget. Yeah, woodlouse is another name for them, but they're not actually related to lice. I think lice are arachnids, maybe? Yeah. Got that for Snail Chaser. Don't tell him. It's supposed to be a surprise. And also for Andrew Milner. Again, don't tell him. It's supposed to be a surprise. I got him this patch with various Burgess Shale creatures. We've got Hallucigenia, Opabinia. Who's this guy called again? Canadia? I forget. And we've got a trilobite here. I thought he'd really like that. So yeah. Yeah. Oh! Andrew's here in the chat. Andrew, I got this for you. Next time I see you, I'll bring it along. I thought you'd appreciate that. Marilla, thank you, Andrew. Yeah. That is, elite paleontologist and curator of the St. George Dinosaur Discovery Site and Museum, Andrew Milner, there in the chat. Andrew, I got you this. I hope you like it. I hope you like embroidery patches. You can iron it on, or you could sew it on, or whatever. But if you've got a field bag or something that could use some visual decoration, and maybe one that's got like a brand name patch on this, just slap this over the top, and be like, hey, if you want me to actually have your company's brand on my gear, you gotta sponsor me, you know? Anyway. And you got that same patch? It's a good one, Petrodactylus, yeah. I'd be tempted to keep it for myself, but I know Andrew will appreciate it more than I do. So, good stuff. Yeah. So, good stuff. Anyway, Andrew, I hope you're doing well. Hope you had a good weekend. I heard you had a record-breaking March down there in St. George. Really high temperatures for March. Like we had here in the Bay Area, too. It got up into the 80s. I heard it got almost 100 degrees Fahrenheit down there in St. George. I hope you've been staying cool. Global warming, man. Anywho. And Luke Herman's Gaming, we talked about Netflix's The Dinosaurs extensively here on Paleontologizing over the last few weeks. I can find you those VODs. But, I liked it overall, you know? With the recognition that it's not for me, I'm not the target audience. They didn't make this series for paleontologists. But here's a link to one of those VODs there. I think it took us until later on in the VOD to actually get to it. Here are Allosaurus. There's a link there. Yeah, so there's just like a big chunk ripped off of her maxilla so that you could see like the tooth roots and stuff right here. It really kind of emphasizes just how formidable these animals are. I mean, there's a visceral kind of quality to this that I think is really compelling. It's not a great design, like, this doesn't look like how I would portray Allosaurus. You know, which would probably be a lot. But it was still good. I mean, it still kind of gets the point across. It still communicates something about dinosaurs. I love this. I think it's brilliant. Anyhow, there's the link there in the chat if you want to watch some of those. But, yeah. Anyhow. I was actually talking about Netflix's The Dinosaurs with one of my fellow panelists on WonderCon this weekend. David Krentz. This is somebody whom I've admired for a really long time. His artwork, his sculpts, I've always been awed by, and I wish his website were still up. I think he's stopped kind of doing these sculpts. He said that while he used to sell these here in the US, most of the work that he does nowadays is sold in China, because he's like, that's where the money is. Nobody in the US has money for this kind of thing anymore. The people who are buying high-quality dinosaur sculpts are all in China now. But, here's a video with David Krentz here.
T-Rex is one of my favorite dinosaurs. I think everyone loves T-Rex because it's got a whole lot of teeth. Now, to draw a T-Rex, all you have to learn is a few simple shapes. You don't even need to have expensive, fancy equipment. In fact, I'm just going to use a simple crayon. The first shape we're going to draw is an oval, or an egg shape. Have it stretched out a little bit.
This kind of reminds me of, reminds me of this. How to draw an owl. A fun and creative guide for beginners. Step 1, draw 2 circles. Step 2, draw the rest of the darn owl. Is this going to be like that? Let's see.
Or an egg shape. Have it stretched out a little bit. The next shape is going to be a tooth shape. Yeah, we're going to use them for teeth, but we're also going to use them for other things. We're going to use it for the tail, for the legs, for claws, all kinds of stuff. So this one's important. Our third shape is going to be the letter C, and we're going to draw it all kinds of different ways, up, down, sideways. Our fourth shape is going to be a peak, sort of like the roof of a house. And our last shape, now this is really hard, it's a line. Right away you're thinking this is going to be too simple. Well, in all honesty, good artists always start with simple shapes. We're going to take our shapes now and we're going to start putting them all together, and we're
So this is a preview of like a video series that he did that you could purchase online, and I think there's like a couple
going to
seconds
come
left
up with a
this.
T-Rex head.
Here, we'll try this one.
I always like to kind of put an underdrawing underneath everything, and that is you do a light treatment to it. You can always build up with darker lines from a light drawing, but what it does for me is it gives me the confidence that I'm going in the right direction. I can always make changes when it's light, but when things start getting dark, it's very difficult to go back from that.
And it was like why it's so difficult to do that draw a horse thing like we did at the beginning of the stream. Because you're starting off with really bold lines. I guess if you wanted to, you could start off with, really, really, really thin lines and then go from there. They don't have an erase feature, so you'd have to start off super, super thin. But anyway, yeah, you don't start off with bold lines.
That oval shape and actually just chop the back off it like this, just kind of a little bit of a straight line back there. A good way to add weight to a character or to sort of...
And that Gorgosaurus right there, holy cow, this is something that I remember this vividly from when I was a kid. This sculpt here that David Krentz did. Yeah. When I was like 12 years old, I wanted nothing more in the world than like a bronze Gorgosaurus like this. I just thought it was the most beautiful thing in the world, How cool is that? And I think David said this is his favorite dinosaur. There's just a certain kind of grace and beauty to it, Yeah. So cool. And you, like, cannot get these anymore. Here's one on Worth Point. They won't even tell you how much it sold for, but it's got to be like $1,000 or something like that, just for the resin one. Yeah. But yeah, just beautiful. And what's the unusual shaped skull above Denny's head on the wall? You mean the Dimetrodon here? Yeah, that's the skull of Dimetrodon. This critter, this famous non-dinosaur, more closely related to mammals than it is to dinosaurs. This weekend I got to hang out with one of the world experts on these critters. There we go, who consulted on this illustration. That is so cool looking. Anytime you see Dimetrodon with the neat, orderly spines like this, all, you know, in a beautiful row, everything's clean and tidy, you know that, that is incorrect. Stuart Sumida, who works on these critters, is very emphatic about this. It's like, they looked like this. This is what the fossils actually show. Each one is unique, and each one has got, not fractures, but just like different ways that those different neural spines bend. Really kind of scraggly looking like this. And they know this from actually cutting open the bones and looking at the patterns of growth in them. You would look at this and think that that might be an injury. If you find the fossils like this where they're all bent and crooked and going in every which way, you might go, okay, that's pathological. It's an injury, or it's disease, or the bones broke after death and they were preserved in weird ways or crushed by the overlying sediment. No. This is a real biological thing. This is what the animals looked like in life. And I really want to bring Stuart on for an interview at some point so that we can talk about this and he can give his viewpoint on it. Because there's some really interesting underlying biology here. He thinks this might be the point for why they have these. There might be like a mechanical advantage to that kind of scraggliness there that... Yeah. I won't give it away. No spoilers, but so he consulted the artist here, Michael Skrepnik. Stuart gave him some pointers on this, and he's like, I know you don't normally do this in your art. Yeah, you like neat, orderly lines and everything, but make these guys kind of crazy looking, because that's how they really were. It's really cool talking with Stuart about this. Because, yeah, these are the critters that he works on. And I was asking him about Spinosaurids as well, and about whether or not their sail was different, and I won't give away the answers, but man, we had a cool conversation about it, and it was cool to have some validation about this. I'll put it that way. Some of my own ideas I've had for a while. Might be right on the money. And Felaheen says, is it more concealing an environment? No, there's probably like a muscular, mechanical reason for having these weird elongate, what I've heard called hells before, hyper elongate, or hens rather, sorry, hens, hyper elongate neural spines. Again, I'm not going to give it away yet. Tune in when I do an interview with Stuart. See if we can get him to talk about this. But anyway, here's David Krentz here, whom I was honored to be able to meet this weekend. One of the other members of that panel that I was kind of co-chairing.
Hi, my name is David Krentz. I've been a film industry.
And let's change our subtitles so they're in English. There we go. Ow.
Hi, my name is David Krentz. I've been a film industry vet for about 30 years now. I've been both involved in the world of live action and in animation. I've worked on, many Marvel movies, many animated movies. I've directed,
So yeah, what David was saying is that working on Marvel movies and doing the storyboarding for a lot of those is kind of how he pays the bills, but it's not really it's not the stuff that he gets excited about. That's not necessarily his passion. Sure, there's a ton of money in superhero stuff, but it's creatures, particularly dinosaurs, that most capture his imagination. So we had a lot to talk about there. It was a lot of fun.
character designed. You name it, I've done it. But what I'm here to talk to you today about is Dinosaur Empire. And this is a project I'm really excited to help direct because it's the kind of thing I've always wanted to do. It's silent storytelling with dinosaurs. That is, no words, no narration. I've been on many projects where it's always been the case. Let's show dinosaurs do what they do and tell a story without any narration. And the last minute, in comes narration and words. And
So yeah, David was talking about how, I'm sure some of you here have seen this, the Walking with Dinosaurs movie. This one? I actually haven't seen this. But, he was instrumental in this. And at the beginning, the idea was, yeah, a film following these dinosaurs as they're doing normal dinosaur things. And just no narration, no words, just dinosaurs being dinosaurs. And then, of course, later it turns into, well, I'll show you the trailer. There we go.
In a time of wonder, lived the most amazing creatures ever to walk the earth. Like me. Wait, that's not me. That's me, down here. We're pachyrhinosaurs. We may not be as scary as a gorgosaur, but we're way tougher. My mom watches over us, but my dad, he's in charge of the whole herd. And those are my brothers and sisters. I know, annoying.
And so this is almost like bearable. If it was just narrated like this, okay, but instead they actually introduced dialogue. And I don't know if this really depicts it well enough, because it's so much cornier than this. Here, maybe? Let's try this. Anyway. Yeah. So as David was saying, like, this was going to be a really, really, really cool project that, like, anybody could enjoy, and instead the studios kind of got scared and they decided to make all the animals talk. Petrodactylus says it would have been 5,000% better without the dialogue. Yeah.
To help direct, because it's the kind of thing I've always wanted to do. It's silent storytelling with dinosaurs. That is, no words, no narration. I've been on many projects where it's always been the case. Let's show dinosaurs do what they do and tell a story without any narration. And the last minute, in comes narration and words. And I'd really like to break that mold and make something entertaining that is only dinosaurs doing what dinosaurs do in a realistic fashion with character and good storytelling. And I think we are ready for this kind of storytelling. This series, Dinosaur Empire, has the ability to be really special. The crew is fantastic, the visuals are great, and I'm excited to dive in and tell these stories. Dinosaur Empire is the kind of series that I would have loved to have seen growing up, and it would have inspired me in many ways. It's the kind of storytelling I love to do, just quiet
They gotta do it, yeah.
with explosive violence in the middle, you know, similar to things like I've worked on, like Primal or Dinosaur Revolution. That's the kind of thing I really love to do. I really hope that you guys support this project, because this is the kind of thing I want to make, and this is the kind of thing I would love to see as a fan of dinosaurs and a fan of just good filmmaking. All right, thank you.
So did this come out? Dinosaur Empire? 2 years ago. $2024. Release date March 19th. Official website. I don't know if this ever came to fruition. I should know this, but I'm out of the loop here. My apologies. And nobody in the chat seems to know either. And Claire, yeah, let me, let's see. I'm not totally sure that David Krentz has got a YouTube channel of his own that he's posted a lot of stuff to. But let's take a look at this, drawing a Troodon. There. Yeah, Troodon. Everybody's favorite here on Paleontologizing. Yep. Surprisingly short arms on Troodon. Like a bird. Thank you, Claire. Yep. Yep. You have that for dromaeosaurs. I'm sure we have it for troodontids too. There you go. Yeah. So David Krentz, really well-known paleo artist, worked on so many different projects over the years. Like, holy cow. If you're to look him up on IMDb. There we go. Dinotasia, Primal, Doctor Strange, not Doctor Strange Love, but Doctor Strange, I guess? Huh. So many different things. Yeah. So working in the art department, so doing like concept sketches and stuff for all of these different films. Dungeons and Dragons, Ant-Man and the Wasp. Cool. Ms. Marvel. Black Widow. I presume that's about arachnids. I haven't seen hardly any of these. But oh, he worked on Samurai Jack. My dad really liked that when it was on TV. So even a lot of these are live action films, like let's see here. Baby Driver. I never saw that, but I heard good things. I don't think it's like a big visual effects film, but David must have done the storyboarding for that. Dinosaur Revolution. Disney's Dinosaur. 2000. Yeah. And he was talking about how this was kind of his big break, where he'd always been really, really interested in dinosaurs. His favorite things to work on, one of his favorite things to draw and sculpt. And then he was brought onto this project and had a really prominent role in doing a lot of the character designs and I think some of the storyboarding and stuff like that. And he's like, okay, I got to do a dinosaur film. Dream come true. That was incredibly cool. It'll never happen again, you know? I couldn't possibly be that lucky to be able to work on other dinosaur projects like that. And then there were so many other dinosaur projects afterward. So it was cool to be able to talk to David about that, and yeah, an honor to be able to be on the panel with him. Super neat. Yeah, and Sharkzilla, haven't heard of that one. I guess check it out, Shark Geek. I don't know. I can't vouch for its quality, but yeah. But I like the little credit there. Sharkzilla designer, shark. Nice. Yeah. Anyhow. Cool. And where's my lucky project where I get to do something dinosaur related at my job? Asked Petrodactylus. It'd be really cool to bring David on at some point to ask him about this stuff on stream. And I don't want to tell his stories for him, but he was telling me some cool stories about how he kind of through luck and a lot of persistence, he was able to get a job on Disney's Dinosaur in a way that wasn't, it was kind of unexpected. But that was kind of his big break, he was saying. So again, hopefully sometime soon I can bring him on if he wants to appear as a guest on Paleontologizing. But I think that would be really fun, and I bet you a lot of you would enjoy that too. But yeah, good stuff. So yeah. Another cool thing that being on this panel, one of the cool things about that was going out to dinner with everybody afterward and just kind of talking about our common interests. Me and Stuart and Beth and David and Evan and Eric. Eric Scott and Evan Boucher, who both worked on various films. It was cool to be able to talk about things that we all get excited about. One of those things I have up on my wall today, Disney's Primeval World. So this is a thing at Disneyland, which was across the street from the Anaheim Convention Center. It was really weird being there in Anaheim and walking past Disneyland to go to the convention center. I've been to Disneyland a number of times throughout my life. That was always like the creme de la creme, the most exciting vacation destination that my parents could think of. Oh, excuse me. Still getting over this cold. Apologies, or cough at least. That was like the one place that my family would get the most excited about. Was Disneyland. And Disney World, if we were really, really lucky. But, anyway. It is a long drive down from the Bay Area to L.A. But we did get to go to Anaheim a few times, go to Disneyland when I was a kid. And one of the highlights was always Primeval World on the train at Disneyland here. Okay.
have just come aboard, welcome. The next leg of our journey will take us from the fantastic world of the future.
So there's a train that goes around Disneyland Park, and I think this might have been one of the opening day attractions. There we go. This is how into Disneyland my family was. I had a map of Disneyland on my wall when I was a kid. It looked a lot like this, but this isn't quite the right one because it did feature Primeval World on it. See if I can find you the right one. Not there. Not there either. You could see the dinosaurs on it. There it is. This is the one. This is the same exact one. Bingo. That's it. Yeah. So, Disneyland, this is a stylized map. This is not cartographically accurate. But, yeah. Main Street, Frontierland, Fantasyland, Toontown, New Orleans Square, Adventureland, Tomorrowland. So, the train goes all the way around the park like this. A Grand Circle Tour. And then between the Tomorrowland and Main Street USA stations, you go through this little show building here. And this is what you see.
Nature's own design, the Grand Canyon. For your safety, stay seated with your hands, arms, feet, and legs inside the train.
And Addicted to Capping says, isn't Disney World better because there's more rides? I mean, there are certainly more rides. It's certainly a whole lot bigger. Like, you could fit all of Disneyland Park here. You could squeeze, like, if you were to pick that up, you could just stick it into the parking lot for Magic Kingdom Park in Florida, and it would fit. Just the parking lot in Florida is bigger than this entire park.
Big fella, isn't he?
And Rouge, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing.
Tips the scales at a substantial 35 tons.
That little clip right there is actually from the same year as what you're about to see here.
Watch your children, and no flash photography.
This is not in Florida, though. They don't have this in Florida. This isn't an Anaheim exclusive. Right. Anyway, you go into this tunnel, and then there's this diorama. Nowadays, it's a little... It feels like it's from the 1960s, you know? Because it is. The Grand Canyon. And here, let me see if I can find you one with closed captions, because there's multiple of these videos that people have shot. And there's no closed captions on this one either. Odd. Try this one. None on this one either. Do none of them have closed captions? I guess they don't. Yeah. Anyway, thunderstorm.
Now, let's travel back in time.
Oh, that was the Grand Canyon as we know it today.
That was the Grand Canyon as we know it today. But it wasn't always this way. Now,
and here, I'm gonna... Sorry to anybody watching this on YouTube later, but, we might get copyright struck for this music, so let's do this. To anybody who knows this, it's gonna look weird because it's all reversed, but... You start off in the Carboniferous period with critters like Edaphosaurus. And then into the Jurassic, I guess? You've got these sauropods in this swamp here. Yeah, we'll just go like this. pterosaurs on cliffs. This is all very 1960s, you know? We got Triceratops here. This was actually well ahead of its time, in that these animals are seen looking after their young. We didn't realize that dinosaurs did this back in the 60s, you know? People thought that they would just be like sea turtles, where they'd lay their eggs and then they'd just leave them. Now we have lots of evidence that many dinosaurs invested parental care in their offspring. They cared for their young, just like most, if not all, mammals do. So this was ahead of its time. Got these ornithomimids here, drinking out of this lake. These are all kind of scenes from Disney's Fantasia to a certain extent. This is the thing that Disney loves to do, is like recycling old intellectual property. And then the finale, Tyrannosaurus versus Stegosaurus? Anyhow, as a kid, this was a big deal for me. Like, my family didn't go to a lot of museums. I hadn't really been to like a proper dinosaur museum. A museum that really prominently features dinosaurs. Until I was like 17 years old. It's just not really something that my family did. So this was a big deal to me. Primeval World at Disneyland. And, oh, I don't know where to find those images, but David Krentz was showing us pictures of when he was working on some Disney films. He actually got to go to Disneyland and walk around behind the scenes in Primeval World. So he has pictures of himself there in the diorama. With the T-Rex and the Stegosaurus, with the ornithomimids. And we were all incredibly jealous. Like, holy cow, you got to do that? And he was saying that, like, when you're up close in person with these things, he's like, they were in really rough shape. Because they just have these colored lights blaring on them for like 15 hours a day, every single day of the year. And they'd had a lot of UV damage. I think this must have been after that, when they'd been repainted and some of these effects were modernized, like the erupting volcano in the background and stuff. But holy cow, that is like, for many of us on the panel, that would have been a dream come true. And it was for David to be able to go there and walk around in this diorama. This thing has got kind of legendary status among dinosaur paleontologists, especially those of us who were really interested in the interface between fossil science and popular culture. It was really cool seeing. Yeah. Anyhow. These were... There's a whole video about this from 3 months ago. Let's take a look at this.
So one of my favorite attractions at Disneyland disappeared from park maps in 1995. Today, it only has a single sentence referencing it on Disney's website. Despite this attraction being one of the last ones Walt Disney worked on before his death in 1966, it lies almost forgotten in the southeastern corner of the park. Now, I'm being a bit dramatic here, but there is something genuinely sad about an attraction that is such a well-preserved piece of Disneyland's history not really being talked about anymore. Thousands of hours were spent creating these two attractions, and today the effort of those artists and engineers goes unappreciated. I swear this isn't just an excuse to talk about trains.
So yeah, the Grand Canyon diorama. But let's get to Primeval World here. And there we are. Yeah.
Track that would eventually develop into the system used for the People Mover. In the rush to get the 4 World's Fair attractions finished in time, everyone at WED Enterprises worked long hours across multiple projects. Claude Coates did a lot of the work on the dinosaur section of the Magic Skyway, though, as he had an
So this was an attraction of the 1964 World's Fair.
interest in prehistoric history and had done the initial work on the dinosaur diorama concept back in 1958.
It's the biggest, they say, the most beautiful, the most awe-inspiring, the most colorful, the most spectacular event of this era, the New York World's Fair.
The New York World's Fair opened on April 22nd, 1964.
Anyway, so this, the reason I'm bringing this up, it was actually kind of a major touchstone, well, a touchstone in people's understanding of dinosaurs. Back in the 1960s, there were only a few museums in the world where you could really go to see dinosaur fossils on display. Dinosaurs didn't occupy the same prominent place in popular culture that they do nowadays in 2026. Stephen Jay Gould talks about this in some of his books, about like being a dinosaur-obsessed kid and not really having very many outlets, having very many ways to express that or celebrate it, or there weren't a lot of dinosaurs in popular media back then. You took what you could get. Let me see if I can find that section in one of those books. I think it was Dinosaur in a Haystack. I want to say it's in Dinomania, page 221. So, really famous paleontologist and an evolutionary biologist, Stephen Jay Gould. Find a clip with him real quick. There we go.
Whatever the cause, the extinction 65 million years ago left a void. With the end of the dinosaurs came a new opportunity. Out of the hole left by the Holocaust came the little mammals.
If you want to argue, it's plausible that mammals got through and dinosaurs didn't, because mammals were small and small.
There's Gold here.
Advantages. They weren't small because they knew a mass extinction was coming. Presumably they were small for negative reasons, because dinosaurs dominated the environments of large-bodied creatures.
And Gould was even on The Simpsons at one point.
Astonishing. Simply astonishing. One of the most singular specimens I've encountered in all my distinguished career. But enough about my work. What did you want to show me, Lisa?
It's a bone scraping from that skeleton I found.
Oh, yeah, the so-called angel. The whole thing's preposterous, of course.
Quite preposterous. But no one will believe me until I can prove what it really is. Can't you do a DNA test or something?
Certainly. I'll have the results by tomorrow.
Oh.
Anyway, I kind of have to watch the rest.
Oh, thank you so much. But you know, I can't afford to pay you.
I didn't become a scientist for financial gain. Whatever little money you have will be just fine.
I say it's the angel of mercy, you jerk.
Excuse me. I took a piece of this skeleton for scientific analysis. Soon we'll have all the facts.
You did what? You know what? I don't like that.
Facts are meaningless. You can use facts to prove anything that's even remotely true. Facts, Max.
Ah, here's Dr. Gould now. What were the results, Professor?
Inconclusive.
Inconclusive? Then why'd you come running up like that?
Can I use your bathroom?
Well, it appears science has faltered once again in the face of overwhelming religious evidence.
Go home, science girl.
I am home.
Good, stay there.
Okay, folks, get your angel glow sticks. No one gets into heaven without a glow stick.
I'll take 4.
Next on Smartline, the Springfield Angel controversy. Our guest tonight making her 13th appearance on Smartline, Miss Lisa Simpson.
Kent?
Miss Simpson, how can you maintain your skepticism in spite of the fact that this thing really looks like an angel?
I just think it's a fantasy. If you believe in angels, then why not unicorns or sea monsters or leprechauns?
Oh, that's a bunch of baloney, Lisa. Everyone knows leprechauns are extinct.
Look, you can either accept science and face reality, or you can believe in angels and live in a childish dream world.
Science. What's science ever done for us? TV off.
Science is like a blabbermouth who ruins a movie by telling you how it is.
I have so many alerts from
There are
this.
some things we don't want to know. Important things.
Enough talk. It's smashing time.
This is like not too dissimilar from what's going on in the U.S. right now. It's just
I'm paralyzed. I just hope medical science can cure me.
anyway. Yeah.
Why was I programmed to feel pain? Technocrats are learning a lesson in humility tonight as angel supporters lay waste to Springfield's scientific institutions.
I wish I'd never found those stupid bones. I don't understand, Professor. Why didn't your test show the skeleton was a fake?
I'm gonna be honest with you, Lisa. I never did the tests.
Anyway, that's Stephen Jay Gould. That intro took a little bit longer than I was thinking, but that's okay. Okay, he says, when I was growing up on the streets of New York City... Oh, hang on. No, that's not what I'm looking for. So Gould talks about when he was a kid and how... it was more difficult for kids who were interested in fossils back then. You didn't have dinosaurs all over popular culture. You had to really go and search for them. And I'm trying to find where he talks about that in this essay here. This book, Dinosaur in a Haystack, is a compendium of different essays that he wrote in Natural History magazine. So this one I think he wrote in 1993 after Jurassic Park, the film, came out. And so he talks about this phenomenon, what he calls dinomania. Now, suddenly dinosaurs are everywhere in popular culture, and it had kind of been ramping up since the early 1980s, I guess. I guess it's not in this one. Shoot. Gosh darn it. I need to figure out where that is so that when we talk about this in the future, I can turn right to the correct page. But to bring it back to what we were talking about, Disney's Primeval World, right here in Anaheim, California, just down the street from where I was this weekend. '64 was a banner year for dinosaurs in pop culture. One of the things that made it such a banner year was this. Sinclair Dino Land. This was a pavilion at the New York World's Fair, 1964. It was put on by by the pollution factory, by an oil company, Sinclair Oil. They chose a dinosaur as their logo at one point, trying to make the point that, like, their product, petroleum, was like a fine wine. It had been aging in the earth for hundreds of millions of years, and thus you should buy their gasoline, because it's the oldest. Appreciating in value and quality, like the finest Pinot Noir or something. Anyway, check it out.
Sinclair Dinoland. Not only are they welcome to the exhibit, but as a means of getting more closely acquainted with Sinclair dealers, each family receives a special coupon good for a free gallon of gasoline at their local Sinclair dealer station.
Oh boy, this would be worth like $9 today. Free gallon of gas?
These are a few of the millions of car-owning, traveling Americans who will be telling their friends about the fair and about Sinclair Dinoland for years to come.
And I mean, it really did have a big impact on people. Shark Geek says, my mom and my grandparents attended this. I have an old 8mm film of it. That's so cool. This was a big deal for people. Like, for many, many folks, this was their very first introduction to these different animals. This would be the very first time that people encountered an Edmontosaurus, a Triceratops, a Tyrannosaurus. For many folks, like, this was a revelation. It's hard for us to imagine that nowadays because we're all so well acquainted with these creatures. We've seen them all over popular culture. Maybe you've seen them in museums, seen them in documentaries and movies and video games and whatever. But for many of these people, this is their first encounter with, like, the concept of a dinosaur in many cases.
Sinclair Dinoland, in a prime location, surrounded by titans of American industry. One of the most popular exhibits of the New York World's Fair. A world of wonders that flourished 200 million years ago. A vanished world, recreated by Sinclair. Youngsters and adults alike stand in awe of a world that was.
I love that. Just saying, like, yeah, these things, they were there. Like, saying this like it's some kind of a revelation, because it was for a lot of people. Being like, they'd be like, oh, holy cow, I had no idea there were animals like this that walked around a long time ago. Adults, kids and adults alike stand in awe of a world that was. I mean, there's something very charming about that to me, you know?
Youngsters and adults alike stand in awe of a world that was.
You gotta love that, you know? Yeah. And now they're in your gas tank. Go, Sharky. Yeah. Which they're not really. Like, petroleum is made of the compressed remains of mostly plankton. It's oceanic creatures, not really dinosaurs. But yeah, this is 1964, Dave Nemeus.
Here, too, there are interesting favorites. The pond.
And I don't think cars average 40 to 49 miles per gallon, hey, Key. Not in the U.S., at least. Holy cow. I drive one of the most fuel-efficient vehicles on the road, and I get maybe... I can get over 50 if I really try. But no, I think miles per gallon is much, much lower on average for vehicles. But yeah. And I really love that Edmontosaurus. Yeah, it is really beautiful, Petrodactylus. It really is.
It was. Here.
By the way, Barnum Brown consulted on this. This is one of the very last projects that he did before he died. Barnum Brown, who some of his old sites are what we were working, or what we will continue to work in Wyoming this year. But the guy who discovered and dug up Tyrannosaurus, that's Barnum Brown. Mr. Bones, as many people called him. He was kind of one of the first celebrity paleontologists, and he consulted on this. He was one of the folks in charge of making sure that these all looked authentic. Anyhow.
Too, there are interesting favorites. The ponderous Trachodon, 32 feet long and 14 feet high, 1,500 teeth, and not a single cavity. Tyrannosaurus, king of the tyrant lizards. Not much on looks, maybe, but popular with many visitors. 50 feet from tip to tip, 20 feet high, fiercest creature that ever lived.
I love the language here. Did other adults make fun of the adult? Turner Best, I think this is just a cool thing to do, you know? That's the impression I get anyway. I wasn't there. But yeah. Stormy says, still in the kangaroo pose, I see. When did that get updated? It would have been... I guess during what we now call the dinosaur renaissance. So it's not too long after this. Actually, it was the year after this that a really important dinosaur was discovered. Some of you know what I'm gonna... You already know who it is. You already know. Deinonychus. This dinosaur was discovered, well, some might say rediscovered, by John Ostrom and his crew in 1965, I think? In south central Montana. This dinosaur very clearly did not drag its tail on the ground. It's very clearly a very active, bird-like, probably warm-blooded, fairly intelligent, dynamic animal. The discovery of Deinonychus here helped kick off what we now call the dinosaur renaissance. A rethinking of the way that these animals moved and worked, and it was during this time that we started to realize, oh shoot, dinosaurs didn't drag their tails on the ground. They probably weren't cold-blooded. They probably weren't stupid, antisocial, dull animals living in swamps, just kind of waiting to go extinct. No, these were the opposite of that. Sprightly, upright, often fast-moving, intelligent, warm-blooded, social, dynamic, fascinating animals. It's during this time that paleontologists' perception of these creatures started to change. And then the pop culture depictions started to change too, and they became much more interesting. With these new discoveries, there was newfound public interest in dinosaurs. And that kind of led to the situation that we're in today, where dinosaurs are just... Not only are they a very worthy subject of scientific study, but also they're just really compelling as animals and as characters and pop culture figures. We kind of had the seeds for that being planted here in 1964 at the New York World's Fair with Sinclair Dinoland and with Disney's Skyway, including the Primeval World dinosaur dioramas. In many ways, this is kind of the beginning of our modern pop culture fascination with dinosaurs. A lot of those seeds were planted back in 1964.
20 feet high, fiercest creature that ever lived.
Oh, it was in 1964. Thank you, Charlie's Dragon. Yeah. So this same year.
A real mean kid. With 6-inch daggers for teeth, he was the terror of his neighborhood. Triceratops, sort of a 30-foot walking battering ram. That skull measures 7 feet.
And they were animatronics. They moved, Petrodactylus, yeah.
Ankylosaurus is also popular, if you judge by the amount of attention he gets.
Circle Now Squared, hello to you. Welcome, welcome.
The world's first armored tank, you might say.
Love your,
is completely covered with
I paint burbs emote there.
If the situation called for still more protection, he simply grew spears which projected from his body armor. Stegosaurus, 25 feet long, weighing 4 tons. A versatile sort of chap. He won a lot of arguments in his time, but very few beauty contests.
Oh, don't say that about my beautiful Stegosaurus here. Petrodactylus says I would have loved to have gone to this. You can still see a lot of these dinosaurs. If you ever go to Dinosaur National Monument, you can see that same Stegosaurus on display outside. I don't know if it's a cast of the original or if it is the original, but it's there to this day. Yeah. And I've streamed this a couple times actually. Let's find that. Dinosaur National Monument. Here we go.
Because though they died out so long ago,
It's the
their
same
fossil
exact
bones
one, the
remain,
same exact
so we know
model.
just what they were like.
Was it the
We can even sculpt
1964
them into still,
New York
or
World's
rather,
Fair?
extinct life.
We talked all about
Paleostego
this
1, Paleostego 2,
on this channel
Paleostego 1, Paleostego 2,
a couple of months
Paleostego
ago.
1, Paleostego 2.
and holy cow. It's of course way out of date. We now know Stegosaurus looked very different from this, but just artistically, this is a beautiful sculpt. It is super well done. Despite the dragging tail, despite the kind of droopy head and neck, despite the fact that it's too chonky and not the kind of graceful stegosaur that we would recognize today, it is still super well done. Amazing how it's it's kind of stood the test of time. It's been repainted many times since it moved here to Dinosaur National Monument. Originally, I think it was just kind of a dull green. At the 1964 World's Fair at the Sinclair.
Is it?
Their Dino Land exhibition.
Is it a dull green here? Yeah, I guess. It's kind of brownish. Yeah.
But he's held up quite well here. And we will see a bunch of stegosaur material up on the fossil wall in the quarry. We're also going to heed this sign here. I like that a lot.
One of my favorite signs. Do not climb on the Stegosaurus. Anyway, if you want to watch the rest of that VOD, here is a link.
Projected from his body armor. Stegosaurus, 25 feet long, weighing 4 tons. A versatile sort of chap. He won a lot of arguments in his time, but very few beauty contests.
Oh, I think he's beautiful.
No wonder Dino Land is so popular with so many fair visitors, is on so many must-see lists. And of course, there's that face so familiar to all of us. Our own Dino.
He's got the wrong skull.
On occasions,
but, yeah.
he's called Brontosaurus. Big fella, isn't he? 70 feet long. Tips the scales at a substantial 35 tons, which makes him about the right size for a company like ours. As a result of being featured as the Sinclair trademark, Brontosaurus is world famous. The miniature of Brontosaurus is one of the highlights of Dino Land. Visitors make their own souvenirs. This has helped make it a favorite. In fact, Dino is the most popular souvenir sold at the fair.
Yeah, so this is it's a plastic model that they would manufacture right in front of you. So this is a machine, you would put money into it, and it would like do plastic injection molding right there.
This has helped make it a favorite. In fact, Dino is the most popular souvenir sold at the fair.
So if you go to the Field Museum in Chicago, they have several of these machines. I think it costs about $8 to do. I think it's a bargain. This isn't exactly the same model there, but I think they had multiple. This one, the head is pointing backwards. Yeah, I really want to scan this and then 3D print it larger, have it up on the wall. I think that would be really neat. But yeah, But yeah, they still have those Petrodactylus at the Field Museum in Chicago. I wonder if Moldorama, I think is what it's called. Yeah, here we go. Here's the Triceratops at the Field Museum
This is
in
my childhood
Chicago.
coming back. So this is called the Moldorama. What are you doing? This is called the Moldorama, and I'm gonna make myself a Triceratops. This is an injection molding machine. There's the mold on one side, there's the other, and then I'm assuming that the plastic either comes in from the bottom or that device up there. I'm not really sure.
It makes sense that it would come like this.
I think that's the air. That's the air that activates the piston.
True. So it's over here.
Let's see. Let's do this.
This looks like a heated hose.
All right.
Just $2? That was it?
Yeah, it makes sense.
Oh no, take my money.
How long ago was this? 7 years ago. Yeah.
All right, take the money. Nice.
I think they have a credit
Tell you
card
guys
reader
how
on it
excited I am
now.
about this.
What steals your money?
Oh, there we go. Okay, let's do it. Come on, let's watch. Come on. You guys not gonna watch?
So it comes together like this. And it's injecting molten plastic into that.
Oh, so the plastic is coming from the bottom. That thing up top's gonna scrape it off, and then.
Oh yeah.
This is so cool.
Oh, really? So that's the pressure that they're injecting with, right? Yes. And it's gonna scratch it off. Oh my gosh. This is gonna be hot.
Yeah.
Check that out. I wish I'd gotten a Triceratops too.
Is anybody else doing one?
Yeah, I will do one.
You would do one?
T-Rex.
You want T-Rex? Not gonna mess around with
It's it.
Tyrannosaurus is my favorite.
That's pretty nice.
That's pretty nice. That's gonna go in my son's room, but secretly it's for me.
I covered in glitter.
That's pretty awesome. Yeah.
The New York World's Fair. Something for everybody.
And this wasn't it at the 1964 World's Fair. So Disney and Ford
Now
Motor
a new
Company.
world rises with the dawn.
Sorry, that's really loud. Apologies. Disney and Ford worked together on this attraction. Check this out.
Motor company's magic.
And yes, Jeremy, I don't think they could turn like that. Yeah. So again, this is a revelation to so many people at the time. This is a big deal, you know? I really want to emphasize that. And you can see the sauropod neck peeking up right there. Which you can still see to this very day in Anaheim, California. Oh, and Golganek says there were tours of Sinclair Dinoland, one on the Chicagoland area, where I saw them a few years after the fair, and somewhere I have one of those injection molded Brontosaurus models, as well as a program for that's so cool, Golganek. That's so cool. Yeah, I think it was about 8. And that must have been mind-boggling to you at the time, right? Yeah. Oh, man. Of the dramatic narration. And we knew at the time that Brontosaurus is not the tallest of all dinosaurs. Like, they had Brachiosaurus at this point. We've known about Brachiosaurus since, what, like 1903 or whatever? Elmer Riggs dug up that one for Chicago. Anyway. The ornithomimids. Huge what? What? Say that again? It's our old friend, reptiles. You know, reptiles. We have some alerts with that. Let me see if I can pull them up. Follow alert, variation settings.
The age of reptiles.
I'm sorry, what was that again?
Reptiles.
The age of reptiles.
Reptiles.
Here in a world of perpetual summer, huge reptiles crawl, plod, and even fly, while fabulous rich...
You just don't hear that anymore. Like, that's a wonderful lost pronunciation. That's such a mid-century kind of thing. Reptiles. A few, you know, folks who are a little bit more advanced of age, they might still say it that way, but I think reptile, that's been the pronunciation that's really won out. You don't hear reptile very often anymore.
Huge reptiles crawl, plod, and even fly, while fabulous riches are born. Coal and oil formed in the decay of this lush vegetation.
Aren't they cool? Yeah. There's real beautiful artistry to these, even if they are a little wonky, you know?
Life goes on, unending. These baby triceratops break through their shells into a strange new world.
I'm gonna download this and make some alerts out of it.
Behold the most fearsome reptile ever known, Tyrannosaurus rex, king of the dinosaurs, threatening mortal combat with an armor-backed Stegosaurus in the classic struggle for survival.
And again, I can't let this pass by without saying this. It's a cliche at this point, but these two dinosaurs did not live at the same time. In fact, there's more time separating the two of them than there is separating you and me from T-Rex. We are closer in time to T-Rex than T-Rex is to S. stenops here, Stegosaurus stenops. Again, let me repeat. In terms of chronology, it would make more sense for the T-Rex to be watching Twitch.tv than to be fighting with a Stegosaurus. Tyrannosaurus is closer in time to Twitch than T-Rex is to Stegosaurus. I'll show you. Go to our chronostratigraphic chart here. We are today at the top of this at 0 million years ago, in the Holocene period of the Cenozoic era. Or Holocene epoch, I should say. In the Quaternary period of the Cenozoic era. 0 million years ago. This is us today. T-Rex lived up until 66 million years ago. The very last moment of the Age of Dinosaurs, when the asteroid hit. That's when T-Rex lived. To get to Stegosaurus, you've got to go all the way back to the end of the Jurassic. 145 million years ago. So, T-Rex lived 66 million years ago. Stegosaurus lived 145 million years ago. Minus 66 equals 79. There's 79 million years separating T-Rex from Stegosaurus. Only 66 separating us from T-Rex. Puts things into perspective, right? I know that's going to be news to at least a few people watching right now. Maybe a lot of people. It is kind of a cliche at this point. Like, it's... If you ask a paleontologist, like, what's your favorite mind-blowing fact about dinosaurs? Often they'll come up with that one. But it is... a lot of folks are really surprised to learn that. So, yeah. We're also 0 trillion years. It's true, Diatoms, yeah. Yeah. Excuse me. Still have a residual cough. Apologies. If anybody here is not yet following Diatom's attack, you are missing out on some really cool science outreach. Diatoms are these incredible little microscopic photosynthetic organisms, which are beautiful to behold. Under the microscope, they are also extraordinarily important, producing a good quantity of the oxygen that we breathe every day. Diatoms are extraordinarily important creatures, really scientifically interesting.
When dinosaurs ruled the earth.
And Kafil, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Well, dinosaurs get a lot of attention. Diatoms are responsible for about every second breath you take. They're also really scientifically important for things like biostratigraphy. And Diatom's attack shows diatoms live on stream under the microscope and discusses why they're important and all this stuff. So go follow Diatom's attack if you're not yet doing so. Anyway. But yeah. So when dinosaurs ruled the earth, well, diatoms still kind of do. And also dinosaurs do as well. We still have birds today. So, yeah, Luke Herman's Gaming. That is my favorite mind-blowing fact about dinosaurs is we still have thousands of dinosaur species around today. We just call them birds. Enigma Ramus says, thanks for reiterating that. You bet, yeah. I heard that at one point but forgotten it. Well, pretty cool, right? Puts things into perspective. The history of the Earth is long. But it bends toward awesomeness. I don't think that's how that phrase goes, but whatever. Yeah. Anyway, and Dino Auroria, how are you doing? Welcome back. Oh shoot, I got rid of that tap by mistake. Here it is.
Now a new world rises with the dawn, and a new creature stands before the challenge of the universe, man.
Yeah, but who cares about him? Anyway, 1964, the World's Fair. This was... This is a big deal, you know? And you can still go see it in Anaheim, California to this very day. And it clearly had an impact on a lot of us who were there at the panel this weekend. is that video? So Walt Disney went on TV to introduce these dinosaurs. And I'm trying to find that video here, but it may have been scrubbed from YouTube.
Come on, look for
Here it is. Hi, Walt Disney. I mean, again, like the matter-of-factness with which that's said. Well, it's not even matter of fact. It's he's saying it like there's a real significance there. He's like, do you know these were what animals looked like in the past? Again, this would have been a novel concept to a lot of people watching. You know, we forget the significance of that today. Like, we're really, in a way, lucky that fossil critters like dinosaurs are just kind of part of the pop culture landscape. They didn't used to be, you know? For a lot of people, this would have been their first introduction to these creatures. You know, you think about Grandma sitting in front of the TV in 1964. She lived through the Great Depression. You know, she maybe worked in an aircraft manufacturing facility in World War II. She grew up on a farm, pigs and cows and horses and stuff. She's maybe never heard of these animals or only had like a vague conception of them. And then to see them on her TV screen, that's a big deal, you know? Today we really take for granted that, you know, of course dinosaurs are a big part of our pop culture landscape. Everybody knows what a dinosaur is. That wasn't necessarily the case in the middle of the 20th century. There you go, Solid Stage, yeah. Yeah. It's funny, he did a number of different, like, TV appearances with these. There's another one where he talks about their names. Like, here's Huey, Dewey, and Louie. And I'm trying to find that for you. I think this might be it here. Let's see. 45 minutes. It's got to be in here, right? With audio animatronics. Oh man, I hope it's in here. Let's do a... Alright, we've got a transcript. No! Search transcript. No results found. Oh, it's not in here. Darn it. You know, it may have been taken off of YouTube. It used to be much easier to find. Drat. I don't think it's on there anymore. Oh well. Checking this video too. It's funny because certain things, you know, they were on YouTube for a long time and you know that they're there, and then you go and you look and they're gone.
Unfortunately, Fantasyland would be without a train station for another 19 years. On the south side of the park, work was underway to build a second diorama next to the original. Walt couldn't bring the entire Ford's Magic Skyway attraction back to Anaheim, but he did make arrangements to bring back the large animatronic dinosaurs. The idea was to create a diorama of the extinct primeval world. This also proved to be a genius idea because Disneyland's costume facility needed to expand again, and the park was also in need of a larger administration building. The new diorama building would be constructed into 3 sections, with the massive primeval world sandwiched in between the HR building and the new 3-story administration building. An underground tunnel connected the basements of the 2 office buildings. The original monitor...
Yeah, and so I've heard that, like, when cast members were going into the park to go to work, they would hear that narration from the train ride, like, just sort of on loop. And that was the Grand Canyon as we know it today, but it wasn't always that way. Yeah, you would just hear that going to work every day.
Installed in 1958, still serves as a dark transition between the 2 dioramas. Like its counterpart, the Primeval World diorama takes you from dawn to dusk through a landscape populated with all kinds of critters, except this landscape is prehistoric, and the critters you see are genuine dinosaurs. Well, maybe they're not real, or even paleontologically accurate, but at the time, Disneyland was the only place in the world where you could see life-size dinosaurs moving and interacting with their natural environment.
Yep.
At 40 feet tall and 400 feet long, the Primeval World eclipsed its older neighbor as the world's longest and largest diorama, and maintains that designation even to this day.
Is that true?
Even by 1960 standards, the dinosaurs weren't accurate, because Walt Disney wanted them to resemble the animated versions from his 1940 movie, Fantasia.
Yeah, so like the Tyrannosaurus, even though we knew at that time that it had 2 fingers, he gave it 3.
Once the train enters the diorama, you see multiple snails, large dragonflies, a pair of Edaphosaurus, a family of 6 brontosaurs, 5 pteranodons, 2 triceratops parents plus their clutch of hatchlings, 3 ornithomimus, and last but not least, a showdown between a Stegosaurus and a Tyrannosaurus rex. Piped into the tunnel are the loud noises of the primitive landscape. Groans from the various creatures can be heard, but back then, there was no music to go along with this terrifying sight. The Primeval World debuted at Disneyland in summer of 1966 and soon became a must-see addition to Disneyland. Even today, some folks ride the train with not only the promise, but the expectation that they will get to see dinosaurs. There is
the whole reason to ride the train.
Something so magical about watching all the children on board the train gasp, point, and crane their necks. It truly is a childhood dream come true.
Yeah, there you go. Primeval World. It's a big deal at the time, and I think it's important to remember that. As paleontologists and as people interested in dinosaurs, having an understanding for, and an understanding of, and maybe even a reverence for the past gives you a perspective, I think. Helps us see things a little bit more clearly. We are so lucky today that we have so many depictions of fossil critters in various media. We've got so many different museums that you can go and visit, see fossils on display. There's a real presence that paleontological science has in pop culture. And I think that's really important because that acts as a gateway into the sciences. When kids become really fascinated with these creatures, suddenly they're kind of thrown headlong into all of these scientific concepts. Because you can't talk about dinosaurs without talking about things like deep time and the history of life on Earth. These are inseparable concepts. You've got to talk about evolution. Where did these creatures come from? Why did they change over time? Why do you have a different cast of dinosaur characters as you progress through the Mesozoic? You've got to talk about geology and geography and these natural processes that shape our planet. Whether it's the drifting continents, whether it's erosion and deposition, all of these things, like, you can't help but learn about those when you become really interested in dinosaurs. When you want to learn more about these creatures, all of these other scientific subjects are part of it. You're learning about the process of science when you're learning about dinosaurs. In many ways, they are kind of the ultimate scientific creature. Because they're incredibly popular. They're fascinating to people. But they require an understanding of all of these adjacent scientific fields. If you want to really know a thing or two about dinosaurs, they kind of demand that you learn about geography, geology, deep time, evolution, ecology. Anonymous Gifter, thank you for gifting a circle now squared. That's our brand new alert there. You're the very first one to ever trigger that, Anonymous Gifter. Appreciate you. Oh yeah. Yeah. Moose says dinosaurs might have been the biggest story of the World's Fair in 1964 if Ford hadn't introduced the Mustang there. No, I'm pretty sure horses have been around for a lot longer than that, Moose. And so would this. The North American P-51 Mustang. No, I know what you mean. I'm sure in automotive enthusiast circles that was a big deal, but I think having dinosaurs in the diorama of the Ford Disney Magic Skyway and Sinclair's Dino Land, that had a big cultural impact, for sure. I'd argue more than that of the Ford Mustang. But, I don't know. That's just me. Yeah. There you go, Claire, yeah. Yeah, good stuff. Anyway, I've got some stuff I gotta take care of tonight. I've got some emails that I've got to reply to. Luckily, our 3D print is going off without a hitch here. Printing another leatherback turtle bobblehead. I'm going to see if I can draft up some emails related to leatherback turtles as well, trying to organize this Florida trip. I've got a bunch of stuff that I got to take care of, and I'm still not totally unpacked from my trip to Anaheim. Got to put away some clothes and stuff. I got a lot of things I got to do tonight. We're going to wrap up today's stream just a little bit early. We're at, what, 5 minutes shy of 5 hours? I think that's good enough. Let's commence our wrap-up procedure now. And, because we were talking about Deinonychus earlier, and the dinosaur renaissance, here's a Deinonychus to throw our credits over. Let's see who else is doing some science on Twitch right now. And, and run our credits. Here we go. Come on. You can do it, credits. There we go. Excellent. Thank you to everybody who's about to appear in our credits. From new followers to, I don't think we got any raids today, to subscribers and resubscribers, cheerers, and gifters. Let's go right into Casey Snow Art, because we were talking all about art and science today. She's even painting a horse right now, just like we were talking about. Anyway, thank you to everybody in our credits. Subscribers, resubscribers, gifters, cheerers, the people who make these streams possible through their financial contributions. I am deeply grateful for your generosity and your support. Thank you for making this science outreach a reality. Appreciate that more than you know. Likewise to the moderators who show up day after day and keep this a safe and welcoming community for everybody. You are the beating heart of this community, mods, and I want you to know how grateful I am. With that said, let's go see what Casey Snow Art is up to. And we'll see if we can do some fossil news tomorrow. Try and catch up to all these different new publications and stuff that have come out recently. Looking forward to that. Might be late with tomorrow's stream, given it is a Tuesday. I might be doing some stuff in Berkeley beforehand. But I'll see you when I see you, chat. Alright. Take care, everybody. Bye-bye.